We're up to Phantom Brigade tonight. I'm going to take a minute and see that the stream is up and running, ready to go. We have the right game, the right title, we have quality options, so I am going to say goodbye to my browser, and we'll have the game loaded up in just a second. So I probably need to work a little bit on my schedule here. Monday has kind of been a strategy game since time immemorial on the channel. But it's fair to say that Brace Yourself has... I mean, first of all, they make some fantastic games, but their games have become sort of the subject of a lot more in terms of the stream. And the fact of the matter is that I think for both Industries of Titan and Phantom Brigade, the updates will always come on Tuesday. And so for the most part, being able to play these games on a regular basis is fine. Monday's a great day for that. But it does mean that when a new update comes out, which in this case it was last week. Pretty sure it was last week anyway. Last Tuesday, I'm fairly certain. It just means that there's going to be a longer period of time between the new DLC coming out, or not DLC, the new update coming out and me being able to play it. And I'm not going to lie, I've had the temptation. I actually opened the game and I was like, nah, I want my first impressions to be on stream. So I have sort of been chomping at the bit all week to finally play this, and we're all going to enjoy it together. So we'll get the preliminaries out of the way. So first of all, Brace Yourself was very kind to send out a press key, promotional key for Phantom Brigade. They also did so for Industries of Titan, and so I very clearly have a lot of enthusiasm for them as a Canadian developer, as well as a developer of games that I tremendously enjoy. I've played Crypt of the Necrodancer, and I don't have a Switch, so I have not been able to play Cadence of Hyrule, but I have also been a fairly avid viewer of their sort of secondary activities, things like they actually had a video today of just going over some trailers. Ryan Clark used to do the Clark Tank for sort of gaming updates, looking at the market. There's now on the YouTube channel the Clark Tank Deep Dives. Just overall a really interesting company, and they just seem to be going from strength to strength. So we'll take a quick peek at the roadmap. So as you may have noticed before, we've got the Arsenal update. This is the one I was really looking forward to. We've got missile weapons, melee weapon variety, and more enemy variants, including the knife Roomba. I don't know if that's made it into the final version or not, but that was something that they were tweeting out about. And then next month, we get to look forward to ultra heavy weaponry, dash and melee improvements, more enemy variants, and then further down the line, combat replay, pilot progression, invader nemesis, localization support, gamepad support, dynamic weather, and more. So I think it'll also be interesting when we get to the March update. I don't know quite what the roadmap is going to look like then, but it's possible we'll also see... You've noticed there have been some small updates in terms of the little entries inside of here, but we might sort of get a clearer idea in terms of when the upcoming months when certain things are going to be coming in. I'm not that worried about it because, I don't know how long it takes to make most of this stuff. In this case, it's really just a chance for me to sort of get a little excited about things that are coming down the pike. But I don't know. I sometimes it's fun to get excited about things. So I'm certainly looking forward not just to the Arsenal update with its new toys, but also its the possibility of seeing some updates to the early access roadmap. I'm just going to take a quick sip of tea. I got a lot of it, so you'll notice I've been talking about tea a lot. It's just because I have got more than I will probably be able to drink in over several months. So with all of that in mind, let's jump back into the game. I actually didn't look at the notes saying whether or not there would be changes to the regions or not. I'm sure I can see that in the patch notes in the Discord. But I'm going to try and do the usual pattern of getting through a kind of a province each stream. But there's no promises about that, because especially with all the new toys to play with in my mechs, there may just be a whole bunch of other stuff to do, and at that point it just makes more sense to spend the time in the tactical maps. So there is a hotfix. Oh yeah, so I guess last week I said I hope nobody's going all night, but I noticed that the build here says 2021 217 at 2:58. So I hope somebody got to sleep in. Yes, okay, hotfix. I wonder if there's a way I can do this in another browser. So I just want to take a quick second here to look at the patch notes before we dig in too much. I just want to see if there's anything about the well, actually, here's one thing that we can do. I'll be reading this off of the website, but here are the headliners for the patch highlights. So, missile while you work, 4 new missile launchers, melee buffet, 27 new melee weapon variants, hybrid tanks. Tanks can now carry mech weapons. Hit and run, new combat scenario type. Is it? I'm pretty sure that's from... We'll see about that. Lights out, new narrative event, reactive music. Music reacts to the state of your battles. This I'm actually really looking forward to. Phantom Brigade is in early access, which means we're actively updating and adding new content based on our roadmap and your wonderful feedback. We update Phantom Brigade on the third Tuesday of every month. You can expect the next major update on Tuesday, March 16th. See the full patch notes below. And of course, this is not news. I suspect this is probably where I got the impression that last Tuesday's patch is what it is. But perhaps with a full month between now and the next update, I can maybe pencil in some time to set aside the Wednesday to check out the new patch as well. I definitely don't mind doing a Monday and a Wednesday Phantom Brigade stream. Let's just take a minute here. I'm gonna skip down. So new Lights Out narrative event looks kind of interesting here. Big mech battles can take a toll on the citizens of the country. Will you own up and take responsibility for your actions? Enemy AI targeting improvements. Enemies take player mech statistics, health, distance, and speed into consideration. Enemies will try to avoid planning actions where other enemies get hit with friendly fire. but that's some of my enjoyment. Here's one bit of user feedback. So there's an indication. There's a little mech arm. Anybody who uses emojis will know the one I'm talking about. This is something driven by the community. So Overworld updates added more information to the site descriptions on the Overworld. It's now possible to see what kind of encounter will be at the site. There's a few other minor ones here, but I wanted to just get an idea about. I just wanted to get an idea about some of the headlines on here. And yes, the roadmap is the same as the one in game. Okay, I've delayed enough. I don't want to make it a 10-minute intro like I usually do. Although I'm pretty close. I think we're 8 minutes in. I did just get a message from someone, so I do want to make sure they are okay. I'm just letting them know I'm streaming, and then I should be okay to carry on. So, we just liberated Brostland, which was 8+, and I think I was talking about 2 possibilities. It would either be to go straight to Bjorn, which I think is that's sort of the next suggested level. But it also sort of, there's a weird question, like, why would I go? Oh, right. Actually, no, I think I remember what it was. I was always going to go to Isengard, and then the question was, did I want to go around into Bjorn for 10+, or did I just want to go straight into Malmland? Either just straight out of Isengard, or one way or the other, both of these need to be taken out. If Bjorn winds up being a source of invasions into Meppel, I think my apologies on all of the pronunciations, I'm really not good at these, then that gives sort of an argument to bring it in early, but we haven't actually had any invasions recently, so I'm not too panicked about it. I just poured tea on myself. Let's just get on with it, and we'll start liberating here. We'll figure out which path we want to take once we actually need to decide. Oh, let me just double check that this repair bay is. I don't think it's something we need to worry about, but well, it says it is, so. Defended. Your recon says that this place is defended. You'll need to take it by force if you want anything out of there. Well, suit up. Ooh, new music. Okay, so I'm just going to take a quick peek at items. Did I just lose all of my high quality gear? I don't see any blues and greens anymore. Then again, I suppose it doesn't really matter for the weapons because the weapons don't have any modifiers. That might be why that's changed. Okay. I think I was also debating as to whether or not I wanted that sniper rifle still, but let's see how it goes. Command, rebel units just entered visual rage. I'm outnumbered, requesting rapid response team ASAP. Alright. Well, I know this song well. Reinforcements on turn 4. Move your unit to marked areas to secure them. So it's a hit and run, but if they're outnumbered, then we should be able to have a good enough time without. Okay, so they're packing an assault rifle and a heavy handgun, medium machine gun, and a missile launcher. So this is, of course, going to be the most interesting thing, which is our first encounter of the weapons will be the enemy using them on us. And then doesn't seem to be anything new as far as melee in terms of like setting up the attacks. But obviously I do want to take a peek. I think that was in the... let me just make sure. Well, melee weapon variety, so I guess the actual changes to the systems are probably still forthcoming. Either way, let's get a quick read on who's under attack again. So the melee unit's under attack, and the lance. So we're in pretty good shape there. I will try and make sure that the mechs behind cover for each of the relevant attacks. Okay, we're fine there. Now Tango is going to move a bit slow, but looks like we're still okay. So I'm actually going to do something a little different here. Just kind of jet across the gap. And I suppose the remainder is just making sure that my own people are in a good spot to make the most of their turn. So with my sniper, I think I would prefer them to be right about here. Once I start the shots, there's not a whole lot that I can do, so I think we'll just move and wait. I wonder if there's any way that I can... Okay, let's just see how that works. Run through... I'm probably going to run in probably going to wind up running into the shot there. So if I jet forward instead and run up. All right, we just missed the danger. And there's not really there's not like a really high probability of hitting on a lot of these, but these are just more attacks because I can do them. Okay, so just a recap of the moves. My sniper gets into position and starts taking some shots. That's a fairly straightforward one. I want to make sure that my assault is not, is not hit by friendly fire, but basically they're moving in and, and touching whatever they can. Basically, this unit's kind of going out. It's going to be a little bit easier to attack, so they're gonna hit them with the assault rifle. The lance really isn't in range to be able to do anything. This is more about getting them into the fight, so they'll probably wind up moving through this passage here and engaging the enemy at this end. Actually, let's just take a quick look at their... I kind of want to see what the missile unit looks like. Yeah, you got that thing sitting there. I'm sure we'll get to see it in action before too long. And then the melee unit is under attack, so I want to make sure that they're behind cover, and then essentially that they're moving to a useful position. This also is kind of nice. It gives me some options here. I think it's quite unlikely that they are going to be able to do that much inside of this city area, just based on the way that melee attacks have worked in the past, but it does give them access to one of the objectives. So if we're lucky, we'll be able to do this a bit like the... We'll be able to do this a little bit like our previous encounters where we take out the first wave before too much happens. But we'll see how it all goes. So probably didn't have that much to fear. Ooh, nice. Okay, so they're going to be going heavy on the sniper, it looks like. No, so they're moving in on the on the sniper, but their attacks are actually going to be hitting the lance. Interesting. But what I'm much more interested in is the big boom I see here. So fortunately, the Hermes is a fast mover. So I'm curious if perhaps the best answer to a missile is to turn it into a melee weapon as soon as possible. I am in a bit of a tricky spot just based on the fact that I'm going to crash into the enemy if I don't. Oh, okay, too hot. Okay, so let's see what happens if I... It's about as good as I can get in terms of taking some cover, but it does give me a chance to get my revenge sort of in the back. Okay, so we run through. Well, I'm kind of hoping here that the missile is actually here's an interesting question. So I run up, and then just as the missile fires, we try and dash. Okay, so we do something like that. And then we get them in the critical area. We'll try that. Again, we don't know what the missiles do, so this is definitely going to be a unit whose behavior I'm interested in. Now, depending on what I want to do, I could make this unit my new best friend, or I could move my sniper back. Well, moving the sniper back's not really going to accomplish that much. So perhaps what I'll do here instead is I'll set up yeah, they're in the perfect zone. And I will also set myself up for defense. But given that we're going to be sort of trading dance partners, I'm going to move into sort of an optimal position for when my shield goes down, which happens here. Okay, so I'm a little close. Let's try that again. Okay, so it could be better, but there's a chance. So it's very unlikely that we're going to be able to take out his weapon doing that. So I do want to make sure that when the retaliation comes in, which is right here, that I've got the shield up and ready to go. And I can actually, in this case, I'll just put the shield up right away. The logic behind that is pretty simple. It's just if I roll it over into the next turn, I don't really get any benefit. All I really want, though, is for the shield to be up for the duration of the attack, and I can, I can take it from there. I'm curious what the it's an assault rifle, so it's going to be a fairly strong attack, actually. So I'll wait out the duration of the attack, and then what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to prep the lance to be in position for a retaliation on this unit over here. Okay, so we know what the sniper is going to be doing, we know what the assault is going to be doing, and the last question is whether or not I want to get the melee unit involved in anything. So let's take this is going to be more exploratory than anything. The only thing I don't like about this move is that it leaves my melee unit wide open. Well, that, and I'm doing the attack during a shotgun. As much as I like to make them, to make use of my melee unit, I think in this case, I'm gonna content myself with picking up the goods. Okay, let's watch the magic happen with the missile unit. It's a rare occasion to watch put the focus on the bad guys. Okay, this guy already got taken out. Hey, Night Valiant, how you doing? You're about to see the very first missile shots. These were introduced last Tuesday. And the Hermes is trying to do a fancy dash. Oh my god, that is so screenshot worthy. God, they did such a good job making this game look great. And I get hit by friendly fire. And the assault's about to take his revenge. Oh, there's still a missile coming after him. That's so good. Oh my god. All right. I like the new patch. Oh Jesus. Yeah. So first of all, just like being able to, one of the small joys is to try and set up a shot where I think something interesting is about to happen, but definitely to see all the missiles collide with the building and just have the screen go orange and kind of see the target and silhouette and such. And it really makes a good point seeing the missiles activate mid-flight, to see the fact that they do lock on and that there is sort of retaliation coming on my own unit. All of this stuff is just so good. Okay, so it looks like they are going to be rocking the machine gun. Who do they hate, though? Oh, man, they're going straight after the Hermes. Okay, Hermes has got to get a fancy escape. I think it's going to be a, I'm going to try and make it a fighting escape. So we'll, oh, nope, can't afford that. It's too hot. So, but I can get myself, I can sort of duck behind the building. So we'll be in good shape there. So it looks like this guy is trying to get into a slightly more defensible position, but that's fine because I've got a little bit of oh no, I don't actually have any cooldown. But I am going to take a minute here to get a slightly better position for my sniper, and we should be able to rain misery down on the bad guy. Regrettably, I do need to leave my melee unit here to finish the turn on it. Well, I suppose I shouldn't be so passive with my with the Hermes because the machine gun doesn't last forever. I'm gonna try and really make the turn count with them. Okay, turns out I can't quite make it in time, so no point in making it any more difficult than it has to be. So I gotta put that a little earlier in the timeline. I wonder if I can get away with 2. Well, if I try, then I'm just going to wind up hitting the wall, so... Alright, that'll work for me. Obviously here I want to see what's going on with the missiles, so particularly this one. Oh, who did I forget to give orders to? Oh, it's probably just the... Well, I mean, this unit's feeling a little lonely. Let's see if we can get away with a second batch of attacks. Glorious. God, I love this game. Yeah, this is possibly the most photogenic game that I have in my library. So this is going to be a pretty straightforward turn. One thing we can do is try and prep ourselves for the enemy units arriving. I'm going to leave my sniper back here. The funny thing is it's the least likely place for them to be useful because well, yeah. No, the better thing would be actually for me to try and take a position on one of these buildings. Because, like, if the enemy lands here, then I'm not going to be able to do anything. If the enemy lands in any one of the other outlying areas, at the very least I know from this position that being in the city, I have kind of enough distance. So at the very least, getting in a little bit closer will let me, get me to a spot where I can take some shots a little bit earlier. That said, I think we're probably just waiting on the bad guys to show up and try. We'll see what happens. Dropping in, command is getting impatient. Let's get this over and done with. Okay, so it looks like the bad guys are showing up over there. That's inconvenient for my sniper, whose range falls just outside, but at the end of the move, I look like I'm able to get on this tower. Which is still not in range. Alright then. So if I move up like this, and then... Oh, really? Okay. I'm gonna try and do some daring rocket maneuvers. And we still have the heat. I am a fan. All right, so it does invite the question as to how we're going to use the rest of the turn. Definitely need to get my lance in and as early as possible, so we will jet them forward. If I can get some early shots off, so much the better. Okay. That's not happening, so what I'm going to do... The reason I'm moving them off to the side a little bit here is so that the Hermes can kind of come in and save the day. Again, this is the advantage of having a super speedy mech. I'll admit that jet distance isn't quite as far as I thought it was going to be. Do I just wind up shooting the side of a hill doing this? Possibly. The thing is, I really don't want to focus too much attention on this other guy here, seeing that we already have a sniper dedicated to them. Okay, I'll admit I'm not doing quite as much as I was hoping I would on this first turn. Obviously, I get free shots at the enemy units who are arriving, but I don't want to completely throw away my heat either. So we will lock in the turn and see where it takes us. Really? That's some pretty deplorable aim there. Okay, so... Oh! Looks like they want their revenge with the missile launcher. So I wonder... I don't think I've got the heat to be able to just... Yeah. I'm not even... I'm not remotely confident enough to try a move like that. So what I want to do here is I want to try and time out the... Again, it's fun to try and do like showboaty stuff, but at some point I do need to try and keep my units alive. This will be really interesting to see how it turns out. So what I'm curious about here is if I just do a dash... Oh, okay, the dash isn't going to help. I might just wind up with a face full of missiles, but we'll see. Yeah. Oh, damn. Sorry. Different. I wanted to do that with a different unit. So instead of that, I'm going to wait out the missiles a little bit and then, well, that's not a little bit. I still got to get a read as to how those missiles behave, but in this case I'm going to set myself up for a shot on the other unit to the side. So this unit also is doing missile business. Oh man, okay, I kind of want to, so for this one I'm just going to take the lance and charge straight after them. Well, maybe not straight after them because they're going to be going behind this bit of cover, but what I want to do is I want to see what happens if I just throw up a shield and say, come at me, bro. Wait a minute, we're all ignoring this unit. Okay, another change of plans. So I'm probably not giving enough time for the missiles to head out, but I also need time to fire my weapon, so... So it says 100% effectiveness. If I miss a single shot, I'm going to be yelling. Not really, but I like this game too much to yell. And given that this is a stationary target, I'm going to sort of head back here. Let's just make sure there's no collisions. Nice. First of all, it gives me a chance to cool down a little bit. All right, so this is definitely the move of interest here. Followed by, of course, the lance. Actually, you know what? They're both launching at roughly the same time. Okay, missile launcher's down on him. So the shield didn't really do that much. These things are still activating. What are we facing? Good lord, what's happening here? More importantly, what happened to those missiles? Uh-oh. Oh, that's going to happen next turn. All right. Well, there's going to be a whole lot of excitement, I think. So this guy's on his way to eject. We're good there. But looks like this guy wants round number 2 with his missiles. So it's likely going to be the case that they get knocked down by the melee attack. I wonder if I can go in for seconds. Oh, I can. Well, I can go in for seconds, but again, if they get knocked down, then that's not going to mean a whole lot. So what I'll do as a follow-up is I'll do a sniper shot where they're sort of where they fall. There is something of a question though as to how I'm supposed to deal with. Oh, they're not targeting the lance. So I'm gonna set the lance on a indirect path. So this is just to set them up for the next turn. And then I suppose the question is, how do I in the face of missiles that you can't exactly predict when the hit's gonna come. I think what I'm gonna do here is I'm just gonna just straight up get the Hermes to run. I'm potentially opening them up to a lot of damage doing this, but I want to see. I kind of want to see what running will do so far as defense. Again, assuming that this missile doesn't get taken out. I'm doing this partly in anticipation of the fact that this will be a question for later, but I have the fail-safe of just, having my fastest unit run to see what the effect on missiles is. But I was setting up a good connection, so let's witness the moment. So he get knocked down, but he's completely ineffective this turn because of losing the left arm. Got lucky with the terrain. I should have looked for that. So he's probably still going to fight. Yeah, he's going to take a sniper shot on the Hermes, so I'll take the Hermes behind the building. We'll open up with the shotgun. We'll make it a double shotgun. And assuming there's anything left... Oh, still got the different height message, so... I think I'm content putting that unit in a safer spot then. And I suppose my second best can be to, one, don't put my character on a direct path with the shotgun, because that's sort of public enemy number 1 so far as friendly fire has been. But yeah, we'll just hit him in a crossfire, and that should be That should be enough, although I will position myself for sort of any follow-up sniper duty. All hostiles eliminated, site under control. So 40-second battle, 337 damage taken on our side, 4,864 damage inflicted, 91 actions planned, 1,857 meters traveled, 4 enemies destroyed, and 274 supplies detected on site. So we do have a missile launcher now. I suppose there's a question to me as to which unit gets it, but we'll figure that out over time. Oh, 2 missile launchers. One of them is rare. And let's get some introductions out of the way. So we have got Night Valian 28 in chat. Night Valian has been dutifully covering the Yakuza series. I think you're still on Yakuza 2 last I saw. But Night Valian's definitely been a little bit of a sort of a surprise and a fun streamer for me to catch. Definitely was more puzzle oriented. Well, puzzle and similar oriented. I believe I found him originally through the Kid Fox game Lucifer Within Us, a highly underrated game in my opinion. I know a lot of people complained about it being quite short, and there was a period of time when people were talking about how demos were the way that you could get stuff sold on Steam. And yet what seems to have happened in the case of Lucifer Within Us is because they made sort of the first tutorial level, that they made that the demo, everybody sort of seemed to perceive this first level as having no value. And so people quite falsely claim that the first third of the game is free, and so, or was free, and so shouldn't be counted. It's like, well, first of all, the tutorial level is not the first third of the game. You know, the other two cases are quite a bit more complicated. But number two, like, just because it was released as a demo doesn't mean that it doesn't have value. Obviously, if you didn't play that demo, you were going to get the enjoyment out of that nonetheless. So it's been on sale a couple of times, so I hope more people have given it a shot. But in any case, one of the nice little side effects of that was a chance to watch Night Valian play that game. And ever since I first hosted his channel, he's been somebody I've been able to sort of rely on to be streaming a bit later than me and to be able to host. So if you've noticed the stream hosting him quite a bit, that's why. Just he's got a nice soothing voice, he's got a nice taste to games, and I feel like he's a bit of a safe pair of hands to leave everybody in. So as far as the rest is concerned, I am debating on a refill of my tea. Tell you what, we'll do one more mission, but I'm trying something new, so I wanted to get the most out of it. I don't normally do flavored teas, but this one's not bad. Suit up. All right. There is an interesting question here as to whether or not the Behemoth becomes the new missile launcher. So I'm just thinking, like, if I can't find the shot, I let her rip with the rockets. What's my other alternative? The Hermes. And then of course there's the possibility of the Sleipnir taking on. Nah, that one I'm not as thrilled about. Okay, let's see what we can do here. So I think we did ultimately settle on. I think I did ultimately settle on the sniper rifle. So first of all, we're gonna properly color the sniper rifle. Or are we? I don't know what color I want to make it. I'll go boring. So first dilemma is it looks like the cluster is a primary weapon. That's interesting. So the enemy... Oh no, here's the missile launcher. Okay, so what's this going to do? Much heavier than the current sidearm. That's not a surprise there. So how does the game describe it? Model sidearm, miniaturized version of the missile launchers designed to support and cover the blind spots of the primary weapon. Variant cluster shoots a cluster of small guided missiles. These missiles are relatively slow, but their power is in numbers. So damage radius 3, impact 30, impact radius 3, projectile speed 60, heat change 5615. So I suspect this thing is going to have jaw-dropping heat. Well, not as bad as the direct, though. And then the alternative here is the volley of fast-guided missiles that fly straight. So I don't believe we got to see those fire. So in this case, the cluster is actually a perfect complement for the sniper rifle. So yeah, let's see if we can make this happen. The big worry that I have here is the big worry that I have here is just simply the heat. That and my tendency, it's a little bit like when I learned how melee weapons work. I wound up using them in very foolish situations just because I could. I should have seen what the speed... You know what? I don't really care what the speed difference is. 25 is perfectly fine for my mech. Let's just take a quick look. So I should take a look on the melee unit just to make sure that the secondary melee weapon isn't an upgrade. It is very helpful to see +1 on the new parts. These are gray parts. So I don't think I'm ever going to wind up using another gray part again. I'm sure I should probably sit down and test those assumptions, but I'm trying to think of a situation in which I might find that helpful. Okay, so I'm sitting on a left item right here. We've got the cutter slice, and our alternative here. So this is a tearing as opposed to a slicing weapon. So the slice, light melee weapon, useful CQC weapon that can supplement the loadout of a low-range walker. And the tear, significantly higher base damage, heavier, better range, no concussive damage, and generates less heat. So this is definitely a very strong argument. So the tear is a blade variant with increased heat output and damage. I'll live with that. In fact, I'm curious how this one compares. So if our base damage is 140 here, if we compare that to our existing cutter line, so heavy melee weapon inflicts devastating damage in close quarters combat and can knock down opposing unit. Ah, okay, that's a good one to know. 227. Okay, yeah. So the primary weapon's still my main focus, but I've got a pretty this matching pair is definitely pretty scary. Trying to think if there's something else. I've been debating about doing a total redesign of my unit, of like my unit's looks, but I feel like that would take a little more time than I want in a situation where I have more units. So, can you just bear with me one quick second here? Alright, there we go. I wanted to make sure I was still tagged as Phantom Brigade. Getting a negative IFF code. We've got hostiles in range. Engage at will. Reinforcements should be coming soon. So eliminate all hostiles before reinforcements arrive. Victory retreat becomes available if all hostiles are eliminated. Interesting. I wonder if this is a new mission type. or if I just haven't been reading the text properly. Okay, what are we up against? Looks like it's just two units on the field. Nice big shield. Oh, nice big shield on both of them, actually. So, a pair of assault rifles. If I can take those off of them, so much the better. And a heavy shotgun here, so definitely I'd prefer not to engage this thing at melee range. So, who are they targeting? Okay, the assault rifle is targeting the melee unit. That makes me very nervous. So, we're going to run behind some cover for starters. What I am curious about is, I don't think I'm going to be able to close the distance enough to make the attack work. Yeah. What I'm curious about, though, is if I can move close enough to be able to do the job. Oh. Okay. This interests me, actually. So let's pretend. So I'm running through. There might be a couple of bullets that hit me on my way there. Okay. That's a risk I'm willing to take, actually. Now, you all know what I really want to do with this unit. I want to find out that... well, you know, they're outside of optimal range, so... let's see if I can get an idea of exactly how this works. So if I just drop this on the ground here. Oh, hang on. Am I seeing that right? Okay, so if I click on its path, it looks like it counts as targeting that unit as well. Interesting. I am going to just say click on that guy just in case there's something different that happens. The thing I'm a little nervous about is the fact that the targeting looks a bit unique, and so it makes me, you know, whenever you see something different, it's obviously bad, right? It's going to hurt you. So I want to be a little bit of safety just in case. Just in case the behaviors are different. But one of the things, basically, whenever I run into something new like this, what I want to try and do, can you make a rocket-only team? Why would you ask such a question, Night Valiant? Could it be that there's a certain someone who always comes into your chat asking about where the bazookas are? I changed the path of the lance just so that I can get the Hermes running up the middle, hopefully firing the assault rifle. Again, this thing is ridiculous in terms of its ability to cover distances. Let's try and lock that to the timeline. And again, like, it'd be nice if I had other opportunities that you know, that weren't such remote shots, but I have the ability to take those shots, so I'll run with them. I'm also trying not to sabotage my own guys with my movements. Okay, so it looks like we are in a fairly good. Looks like we're in a fairly good position. I am gonna get a dramatic opening shot here, but we are gonna follow the missile unit. Or we're going to follow the missiles when the time comes. All right, looks like we did get tagged by that. I probably should have tried to do more with this unit, but... They're coming to get you, Barbara. This is gonna suck for this guy at the start of the turn. Alright. So I believe we do a... I believe we whack this guy with our sword for starters. He was gonna want his revenge right away. Oh, interesting. So he starts off with a shield and then he shoots me. Okay. So in anticipation of the retaliation, I think if I try a second hit now, I'm in trouble. Mind you, I don't know what the AoE is on those missiles, so let's try and give those a wide berth. Oh. But then he's going to want his shot. What is he shooting me with? Heavy shotgun. Okay, I do not want to be around for that. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump behind some cover. Yeah. It's not exciting, but it keeps me safe. Okay. So the attention goes towards the Hermes now, it looks like. So I want to make sure that I've got them in safety at the 2-second mark. Of course, the Lance is going to be able to do a little bit of cleanup. I think here I can help things along by moving them in range. So what's the earliest I can get the shot off without... Okay, I don't feel great about this, but I'll at least get... I'll at least get a little something in. So we wait. You know, there's really no point, right? Because, like, if I... Yeah, so, like, the thing is that if I think that shot is going to work on him, then technically that means that the shot's also going to work on me. So it's probably better that I just wait out the attack. So at the 2.7 mark, I'm okay. I may, however, want to consider this hombre. All right. Well, what I effectively do there is I wind up directing the attack towards my lance, which is not what I want to do. So I think we're just going to wait out the attack like a human being. It's getting crowded here. I think I can make this work, though. And then, of course, there's the question about what do I do with my sniper. So... Sorry, I'm just forced to, you know, forced to do another volley. Okay, there is actually a way that I can get away with another... You can't blame me for trying. All right. Yeah, so this is going to be, I think, a little more conventional as far as turns go. One thing that I am sort of hoping will happen here is that because this guy's going to be spending so much attention on the melee unit, that we're going to get some hits in the back and be able to get some concussive damage in. And then, obviously, we got to slow it down right at the start because I really want to see what happens with these missiles. It looks like it's all just going to be a batch of hits, which will be grand. Let's try and get the angles so that I can see the melee attack as well. Okay, crashing, that's going to make things inconvenient for me. Oh man, look at that. None of the other shots are going to work. That's fantastic. So I am very curious what's going to happen with these guys. I think they're all just going to wind up in the side of the building. Yeah, some of them. Man, the addition of that, so like you could see the destruction of the terrain before, but like to just have this area of effect stuff now and to see the streaking of the missiles, like this is, you really get to appreciate the work that went into this and just how great this game looks. Like this, I was excited for this update for a number of other reasons, but this is just a real feast for the senses. Okay, so we got to deal with the reinforcements in turn 6. This guy doesn't seem to be doing anything at all this turn. They're just walking. Now, here's a funny thing, right? You know, for all of that activity that we saw, for the big melee hit and that, they haven't taken a whole lot of damage when it comes right down to it. What about this guy? They're definitely much worse for wear. They are going to do an attack on the Hermes, but it looks like they're setting up their shield first. So, my preference would have been to have the melee unit come in and rock them, but I think if I try that, I'm just going to wind up banging into a wall. So we're going to pop out of hiding. Got to make sure the angle's right. That works. Zip. I do need to make sure that I'm in a safe place immediately following, though. There's a minimum range. Intriguing. Okay, so if I just book it after the attack. My big question is if I can get away with a second hit. Ooh. I'm making a big assumption here that this guy is not actually going to be here when the time comes. But I really want to see both these guys sort of face down by the end of this turn, and I think I can pull it off. We already know that this guy just goes flying like a ragdoll when you hit him. So we make the connection. They would probably go flying off here. Then we make the connection. This guy goes flying back here. Okay. Now there's a whole other world of questions about like what do we do with the awesome power at our fingertips, knowing that there's the possibility we'll be interrupted by a oh, there's information it gives me, so oh no, that's the number of meters, so it's maybe less exciting. You know, this is going to seem a little tame compared to what else we've been doing, but in this case, I'm going to put myself on a hill. And one of the main reasons I'm doing this is just so I don't create a risk to any of my other units, but also so I can start. We know the two things we're currently engaging will be obstructed by these buildings, so I want to get my sniper into a better overall position. So I don't think I'm able to. Yeah, I'm not really able to let her rip at the start. Pretty close to the. Yeah, so the real shame here is I'm waiting on my enemy to get here on time. Okay, good news is the shotgun actually finishes right in time for the melee connection. That timing works really well. And so the last question is, how do I deal with the assault rifle at the 3.5 second mark? So if I take my Hermes, I'm going to try and get him into a useful position. So there is something of an open question in terms of where this enemy is going to be after the melee strike, but I'm gonna hope/assume based on the angle of the attack that they're going to be in range. There's a small chance that based on, so right, we have a hit here, they bounce off of this wall. Well, you know what? I can probably protect against that movement-wise. So let's say I put myself. Okay, I still want to go around the edge like that. Yeah, I mean the structure's a little flimsy. There's a possibility that I'll get hit otherwise. But you know, the bigger risk here is that the enemy unit isn't where I think it is. You know what? I'm gonna settle for the possibility I'm gonna be hitting the side of a building, and what I'm gonna do is this will be a chance for me to experiment with sort of the idea of knowing, like basically, can I predict enemy movement based on the attacks that are going to be happening? I'm also a little worried we're not quite where we need to be for protection, so let's try that again. Yeah, this is a little bit more secure as far as the concrete's concerned. Okay. So, we're doing rocket business when the time comes. Okay, yeah. So we already know where the action's starting. I want to see the big melee attack. Remember me! I have no idea what's going to happen with the physics of this. Yeah, I don't think I could have predicted that. Oh, hang on. I think I do have an idea of how that's going to work. God, this is glorious. Like, none of these are going to hit at all. In fact, this does not seem to follow any known laws of physics whatsoever, but good lord, it's great. I am not gonna lie, I am fascinated with how the game is gonna resolve this. Yeah, Ed Baver, it really is. Welcome, by the way. So, like, my melee... Oh, yeah, okay. There we go. They got the magnet for the shot. Are we firing the rockets yet? Yep. And we had our revenge. Okay, so this guy should be... This guy is out. He's probably going to be... Oh, actually, the funny thing is he'll be limping and probably trying to eject next turn. But the missiles are on their way, so... Actually, I should mention Ed Baver in particular seems to be a bit of a Night Valian convert, if you don't mind me saying. I got a chance to... I've at least the last few... Sorry, I shouldn't be speaking as if I know what your preferences are, but it definitely... I've been really delighted to see that you seem to have been... you know, you've definitely been sort of engaged with Night Valian stuff, so I'm happy... I'm happy those recommendations... Because, like, this is the thing, right? I can make the recommendations, but I can't force people to actually follow through on them. So it is actually really nice to know that people are, you know, are finding things that they like. Cult. Try not to make it a cult. Okay, I'm a little too far away for that one. So here again, the idea is to just deliver whatever pain I can on the unit that I know is going to still be active. There's one small thing I can do to make life a little easier for my sniper, and that is moving off to the side or behind, preferably. Ugh. Okay, so what if I went to the side like that? What I'm really trying to do here is get the... Oh, actually, if I did a dash... That still crashes through, though. So, like, basically what I'm trying to do here is get the enemy unit looking the direction I want them to as soon as possible. I heat up a little too much. Okay, so... This does kind of put me at risk when their retaliation comes in. So let's just see. You know what? It might be just as safe for me to hide behind the rocks here. And of course, I'll get myself in position for... I don't know why I think that's going to change anything. And I don't want to commit to something in a future turn, so we'll just let things cool down. I definitely don't want to touch this guy, seeing as they'll almost certainly eject. Okay, that crosses the streams. That's no good. I think I'll just set myself up to the side. But yeah, so I am a little curious what happens with the missiles. You like the Yakuza series? Oh, that's really cool. I still haven't played one of the games, although I think over the course of, bundles and such, I've got a couple in my library. Everyone I know has kind of been talking about them and playing them lately, so I feel it's a little bit like Valheim. Like, Valheim would not have been something that really caught my attention for starters, but the fact that everybody's talking about it now and the fact that it sold 3 million copies is as much a reason for me to check it out. And it's weird because I won't say what game. There's a really popular, really well-known game that people have recommended and said that I'll like. And I don't dislike the game, but it's very much like what I thought it would be. And I one of the things about it being something that I thought it would be I think I will find the game diverting, but not something that like really holds my attention as much as people seem to think it will. And that seems to have turned out. I did go in with an open mind, but it just kind of seems to be that it might be a style of game that's not really for me. So the funny thing is that I've had that happen enough that I sort of feel like I should trust my instincts on these. And yet I'm just as susceptible to sort of the following the crowd on these sorts of things. So, but yeah, I don't know. Like, definitely the fact that Yakuza's been in the air, it makes me want to at least give it a shot. It's a little easier seeing as I'm not buying the game as opposed to just trying something in my library. But it is a bit of a statement as to the world that we're in, where a game needs to fight to be played in my library, let alone bought. Oh my goodness, we got El Canoe here. I got a chance to stop by El Canoe's stream for a few minutes before I was starting to stream. I actually feel really bad that he's hosting because I only gave him a few minutes of my time. Well, that's not true. It's like 10 or 20 minutes, but still, it's like a very short period of time compared to how much time I normally like to spend in El Canoes. But he was playing Phoenix Point, which was a game that I backed through Fig. I quite liked actually, but I know had a rough start. People didn't quite seem to really engage with the game. But in any case, I didn't want to just lurk. Like, there's definitely for some streams, like if I've lurked for 4 or 5 times in a row and I haven't said anything, particularly with people who are used to me saying stuff, I at least want to say something, even if it's only for a couple of minutes. But in any case, El Canoe is a very strong recommendation. He's a French-speaking caster, but he is very kind in helping me learn French, as well as he actually taught me Bullet today. But helping me learn French in addition to, making me feel very welcome in his channel. He is very good at sort of non-verbal communication. So even if you don't speak the language, you'll have a great time watching him. And more importantly, because he was playing Phoenix Point, which is a turn-based tactics game, some of you may be interested, some of you may be interested in it just because you're interested in games like this. Phoenix Point is a lot of fun to watch. He's definitely not only a turn-based tactics streamer, but he's somebody who really does he does that game well. And I don't know if you've seen. I think you've seen me play Phantom Brigade before, El Canoe, but they just added missile weapons into the game, and they make the game look even more stylish than it already is. So, oh yeah, Ed Baber, so do mine. That has not stopped. El Canoe from making me feel very welcome. So you're all good there. I was getting ready to lock in the turn, and then I realized I was crashing into the enemy unit. So let's correct that error. Okay, quick recap of what my units are doing. So we've got the sniper, we've put them into a better position, and they're going to be taking whatever shots they can on this unit. We're finishing the melee attack here, so what I'm doing with my melee unit, in addition to protecting them from the shotgun, I am trying to get the enemy unit's shield pointing in a direction away from the sniper rifle, so the two will work in concert. My riflemen, I'm sort of setting up. Now, this is going to be one of the more interesting attacks because this is going to be the side that has the shotgun on it. So it's possible we'll be able to take out the shotgun, and as a result, we'll get a lot more scrap from that enemy mech. And because the lance doesn't have a whole lot to do right now, we're just going to move it into position for next turn. So, no problem, El Canoe. I hope you have a good day at work, and I will. I'm going to do everything in slow motion. You might be going to bed, but for the rest of your viewers, thank you to those of you who are sticking around after El Canoe stream. But no hard feelings if you have other places you want to go, because I'm an English speaker, and I know that may not have been what you signed up for on Twitch tonight. But in honor of El Canoe's bedtime, we will enjoy the dance of the missiles in slow motion. Oh wait, the dance of the missiles are gonna get this guy. Too much happening on the screen. I couldn't have asked for that to work better. The shield was totally ineffective. That's exactly what we wanted. So there's still going to be reinforcements showing up, but the right arm's down, so this both units are going to eject next turn. Okay, so as predicted, they've only got shields. There isn't anything else for them to do, so they're just going to stumble along and eject. I'm going to move my sniper into a slight. I mean, I'm committing kind of hard to this side of the the battlefield, but we'll move the now. The lance, if anything, should be committing to a side of the map. Maybe we'll get the... Yeah, honestly, it's all guesswork in terms of where I want to be, so... Rebel units eliminated the garrison, requiring tactical relocation for a better approach vector. Oh, interesting. Retreat before the heavy reinforcements arrive. So this is a new type of mission. So extraction possible. Move your units to the highlighted location to gain a victory, or stay and eliminate hostiles for bigger rewards. Of course I want the bigger rewards. Hostiles replanning. Eliminating all hostile units on the field caused enemy units to reconsider their plans for 3 turns. Enemies will not deploy until that is done. Use this time to extract. But I don't want to extract. I mean, I may regret this decision, but I want to see what happens. Ooh, we are not in position for this at all. What a persistent bunch. Command will commit any more drop squads to the site, so let's get this over with. Okay. 4 mechs, and I am really interested in seeing what that tank is packing. Okay, so first things first, let's get the sniper into a spot where they're going to be able to do something about the bad guy. Ooh. Maybe if I dash? Well, I can still tickle him. Okay, so everybody's got to rush to get to the bad guys. The Lance in particular is going to have a hard time of it, and the Lance is the one that I kind of need in the middle of the fight. Hermes will probably have less trouble. Oh no, Hermes is still going to take a while too. I think the best we can do is try and get ourselves into some semblance of cover for when the action really starts. I'm not crazy about how split up my units are, but I think I can still probably make this work. So the real excitement's going to be what happens with the sniper. Hopefully they hit something. All right, so what are we up against? These guys... Oh, also a sniper missile combo. Sniper and a medium handgun, assault rifle and a shield, another assault rifle and a shield, and a standard tank with a cannon. No knife Roomba. Now, I think it's going to yell at me for having the wrong distance. Oop. Let's... Oh, this is the Hermes. What am I doing? A little too far away. But yeah, the idea here is I really just want to do as much damage as I can in a reasonably short period of time. I do think I'm a little exposed here, but I do have this hill as an alternative. And the real question is, you know, what else happens on the turn? So it does seem like the tank wants to make life difficult for me, so I'm going to run behind the building. Good news is, oh no, they want a shot immediately afterwards. So run up for the first, hide for the second. They did a really good job of taking the Lance out of commission for the turn. All right. And it does look like they have quite the appetite for my Hermes. Sadly, because it's an assault rifle, this is actually a credible threat to me. So I think the best I can hope for as an alternative is just to sort of sneak out and around. No, even then I'm exposed. Okay, so what I'm hoping is this will give me the option to run to the side and deal with these snipers, because my own sniper unit is actually fairly exposed. The one saving grace is that I'm probably going to be able to jump behind cover before they get to cause me some trouble. This also means that I'm going to try taking him at range. So this is purely experimental, right? It could be that these just go crashing into the side of the hill, but it gives me, it gives me something to start with. So we'll see how the rest of the shots go. We're three for three misses. I finally hit something. We're about to find out, Ed Baver. Okay, it looks like it's a bunch of duds. I don't think any of that worked. We did get to safety though, so. So again, this is a great opportunity because this is a hit on their, this is potentially a hit on their primary weapon. If we can take out their primary weapon that way, we're in good shape. So yeah, I think I'm just firing rockets right into the mountainside. Oh, hang on. Something's bouncing off. Ammo is not a concern. Ammo is effectively heat in this game. So if you push your mechs too hard, you're going to wind up taking damage. But it is assumed that you bring enough ordnance for the engagement, and that your units refill between missions. This seems like a really bad shot, seeing it, like, again, it's one of these ones which if I were to take a shot, if you're playing a first-person shooter, you never really want to go after a target like this because it's just so hard to actually hit them. But I do get a nice wide shot on the with the missiles on this guy. So next question though is, what do I do with my melee unit? And the funny thing is, I really thought I was going to be delivering some pain on these guys, but it may actually turn out that I go around the building here. So I do need to, I think I need to hang out for a bit. Well, let's see what happens. So if I move forward like this, I do believe I open myself up to attack. Let's say I go partway through. So the main objective here is to put some hurt on the tank. Yeah, so for the most part, that attack doesn't actually... That attack doesn't really cause too much trouble to me. The one drawback is that my my Hermes does get the full force of the tank, and I'm not entirely convinced they're able to do a whole lot about it. So, well, it's actually their assault rifle. That's the bigger worry. So I know there's no avoiding that. So yeah, I mean, it does sort of suppress my Hermes for a bit, but it does give me the option of bringing the melee unit into the equation. Well, see, it does, but then I open the melee unit to the attack that happens to the Hermes. So what I'm going to do instead is I'll take the melee unit, I'll get them into the hill of defense. And what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to take the Lance. Okay, Lance is actually... The Lance is a popular fellow based on the sniper shots, so we will change the conversation a little bit. So we'll run up, dodging behind buildings, but oh so convenient. They end in shotgun range. That is a really stupid move for me to make. I think I'm just gonna have to deal with the fact it's an imperfect shot. Okay, how's the team looking? I'm starting to sort of find a role for the sniper again. I really wish I could make the Hermes a little more active during this turn. Let's see if there's any shots that I can get them to make. Ooh. That's tasty. And like a 1 in a million on these guys? What happens there? Yeah, it'll work. I'm going to try and make it so that we can see. The trees are going to be a little bit of an obstruction for the good bits, but... Yeah, Beaver. I don't know. I don't think it's entirely inconsistent with the way other games have handled rockets. Like if you play MechWarrior 5 or MechWarrior Online, definitely the BattleTech game that Harebrained Schemes released. I tend to find you do have limited ammo, but I also tend to find that for me at least, you're hard pressed to actually like use up all of your ammo unless you like. There are ways of playing where like you'll definitely just wastefully use your resources. And to be honest, like there are a lot of systems that are modeled inside this game. It's one really neat thing. So like all of that destroyable terrain and such is in my opinion, a really neat feature of this game. So it's one of these cases where I'm like, would ammo be an interesting thing? Maybe, but like I'm not entirely sure it's something that really moves the needle for me in this particular game. I think the heat management, to me, the heat management is definitely something that I consider quite a bit more. Although I will confess, like you have seen me as far as my, oh, I thought he might be, okay, he is crashing. You have seen me take some fairly reckless shots, knowing that I don't have any ammo, so... So that was not as good of defense as I thought it would be, and I apparently really misread. Somebody's shooting rockets at me. I really misread that. Okay, so one regret, I definitely am not in a position to, like, we haven't taken anything off the board yet. I might be able, after another melee attack, to take out the tank, but there's going to be a couple of units that want to murder my my melee unit. So we haven't taken out any limbs, we haven't taken out anything too meaningful. So, for starters, let's just see, what are we up against? Okay, so they want to just crash straight into my... Lots of luck there. This thing is too... Yeah, I'm just going to stand my ground here. The more important question for me is, yeah, the collision doesn't really happen until... Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move back a little bit. Apparently I will move back a lot. Oh, man. What I wanted to do was just put up my shield and make him sort of like... And like, have him go bonk. But there is something really glorious about just being able to completely unload the shotgun on this guy while they try to get into position. Okay, too hot. So what I think I'm going to do, let's say that this side of the fight is over, and what I really need to do right now is get my sniper into a new position. So we'll run up like that. That's still not really where I need to be distance-wise. Well, but I can still jetpack over. Okay, now I do need to still have a sense of self-preservation, so let's do... Actually, no. I got a better idea. It's still a little premature, so I do need to wait. Give just a fraction of a second. Okay, so... Good. So the reason I'm doing all of this is just to neutralize the tank when it finally starts firing on me. So my preference would have been to do another batch of shotgun shots, but in this case here, I'll just move. I'll move into the battle a little bit more. I don't know if there is any penalty to firing these things while walking. It seems to me this is really the only thing in range, so I might as well just, you know, lob them out. I guess I can do it even closer. The reason I want to move those a little bit closer to the reason I want to move those a little bit closer, in addition to the fact that it seems like I won't be firing them into a mountain quite as much. I will be in, like, the side. By the way, I keep calling them mountains, but I don't think these mechs are quite high enough to go. Is this a WeGo system? Is there no backpedaling? Sorry, Ty's grown. I was really locked into it. I'm not 100% sure what WeGo stands for, but I've never actually saved the game in the tactical map. It looks like you can. Saving is not... Oh, sorry. Saving is not currently supported during combat. This feature is in development. So, yes, as it is, because it's an early access game, you are able to save between missions, but you cannot save during a mission. Although it looks like again, going from the labels inside of the game, it does seem like it's on its way. One thing that's highly requested, I know I want to see this personally, is that the replays of the combat, that is also on the way. So you get to see everything play out, but apparently in the finished game you will also be able to sort of give yourself the movie of the engagement. And at that point I will basically stop playing Phantom Brigade, and instead what I'm going to do is I'm just going to be reliving all of my old combat scenarios. Like, as far as I'm concerned, the early access period is just building up enough scenarios for me to relive old battles. Okay, so the thing I'm worried about with this guy here is at the almost 2-second mark. It's not just that there's going to be sniper attacks, but they're going to last the majority of the turn. So effectively what I want to do with the Hermes here is get them into a position where they can dodge the sniper but still be able to fire on the enemy. So I'm going to try sneaking them into this little area here. And the range is, like, appalling. Oh, that is not nearly enough protection. So what if we tried something like this? So they have to shoot through a building. My ranges still sort of suck here, but... Okay, well, we shoot through a hill for that, so that's maybe not so exciting. Yeah, again, these are not the shots I would normally want to be taking in a situation like this, but it's what the game's given me, so. Oh, yes, you can backpedal with your mechs. So basically the way that works is that you have your movement, so you can effectively, it's just running. And then if you have an attack, so the way you can think of it's almost like a nonlinear editing system if you've ever done any video editing. So effectively you have two tracks. You've got your arm actions, which are on this upper track, and then you've got your walk actions, which are here. I'm trying to be a little defensive with the Hermes because of the left arm's looking a little banged up. But yeah, so in this case here, your unit is going to be facing whatever they're performing an action on, whether it's raising the shield or doing an attack. And the movement is sort of independent of that. So yes, you definitely can treat your mech like a proper tank. And then, yeah, so in this case, your turn, the turns are taken simultaneously. I would definitely say so. I compare this to Frozen Synapse, like a lot of people do. But I would say gameplay-wise, the better comparison would definitely be, well, yeah, okay. So I guess here's the thing. I'm trying to think of the right way to put this. It is hard to classify in any of those systems for the simple reason that the best comparison to this game that I think you can get is Into the Breach. Because Into the Breach, you have the enemy units, you know what their actions are going to be. Now, in the case of Into the Breach, it really is properly turn-based, so there's going to be a sequence of actions that are taken in terms of initiative and such, whereas everything is happening simultaneously here. But you have perfect knowledge of what your opponent is going to do. The lore inside of this game is that you've developed a sort of a machine learning algorithm that will give you knowledge of your opponent's actions 5 seconds into the future. So your turn is based on your reactions to that, and you absolutely can change what happens inside of the turn, so somebody may not be where the prediction tells you. In the case of something like Frozen Synapse, which is a really great game, by the way, in that case you're making guesses as to what your opponent is doing. Both people are locking in their turns at the same time. And so while you can map out your opponent's turns, they're under no obligation to follow what you had said. So in this case here, I definitely think for me the Into the Breach analogy is probably the more apt one. But it's a unique one, right? It's one that you can only do in single player because the computer is going to make its decisions and you're going to decide how you want to react to them. So. Yeah, so there you go, Frozen Synapse. I have not played Combat Mission, but that's the thing is that like if the enjoyment you get, and I will be getting back to the gameplay, but it's worth saying, if your enjoyment in Frozen Synapse is about you know, watching what you were doing sort of play out and sort of seeing the consequences of your choices, then it's a really good comparison to Phantom Brigade. But as far as the individual decisions that you're making per turn, the comparison's not a very good one, because in the end, the whole idea is that you don't have this perfect information about your opponent, and that's why I like doing the Into the Breach comparison. But of course, Into the Breach, you don't get to see, like, you don't get the little cinematic of what happens, and so you know, this is a really good game. So it's, you know, it generally, with very good games, they are their own thing, and you have sort of your own, you know, they defy easy classification in terms of you know, in terms of other games. Like I'm not going to be able to turn around and say it's like, oh, you know, it's exactly like Doom. But I think you probably from this conversation probably have enough of an idea of what's going on to sort of get an idea about what I'm talking. Basically, I think what really matters for these kinds of games are what's going on inside your head when you're playing them. And for me, it has definitely been more Into the Breach and less Frozen Synapse. Although both are excellent, and if any of you have not played either one of those, they're really exceptional games, and you should definitely give them a shot. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be. I as soon as I was saying it, I was realizing there's a couple of things I will regret about saying it. Like, there are exceptional games which are, not to be too reductive about it, but are incredibly good implementations of existing genres. I very much enjoy the new Wolfenstein games by Machine Games, and I'm not entirely sure that they have created a new genre in those games, but they have obviously made the Wolfenstein series something much more than it was before they had made those games. In the case of Phantom Brigade, it is definitely one which I can point to some feelings that I get from other games, for sure, but it is definitely one that I would struggle to say, you know, it's exactly like... I mean, a lot of this stuff, you know, the Frozen Synapse and that, kind of, I think they have their genesis in Julian Gollop's game, Laser Squad. So, you know, I would not be able to sort of sit down and say, well, if you loved Laser Squad, you should try Phantom Brigade, because there might be other reasons. Yeah, I really liked Into the Breach, but it's I mean, I enjoyed FTL as well. Who didn't, right? But I definitely you know, I definitely got savaged a few times in Into the Breach, so or not Into the Breach, in FTL. So I think I kind of went in with some expectations about what the difficulty would be. Okay, I hope I don't lose my arm on my Hermes. I've not done a great job of protecting the Sleipnir here, but in this case, I just want to keep him behind a building. And again, I hate it when there's a lot going on the table, because there's just, you know, I don't know who I want to focus on. But let's see the drama happen here first, and then we'll wrap up the turn on this side of the map. And I do feel a certain obligation to hit the space bar during pretty much every turn, because there's a lot going on. Nope. Well, those missiles are gonna be doing some good work. We might be able to take this guy out. It's still up. But we should be charging him with the shield now, so just as they're getting ready to shoot my guy... Nope. They're a better shot than us, so we screwed up the timing on that, sadly. This guy's crashing, so the shield plan turned out. This guy did get tagged, unfortunately, and looks like I am shooting into the side of the wall. I was a little scared I would be doing that, but this was sort of my extra attack. I'm not too worried about it overall. We will get some good shots on this guy, though. Oh, and looks like the missiles are finally arriving. Oh, sorry, that was the first batch of missiles. This guy is going to have a bad, bad day. Oh, and my cover is blown, so... Looks like there's only one more bullet that's going to come after me, though. Ooh, that's my lower legs. Okay, I got a bit lucky there. Okay, so this guy's almost certainly going to start firing at me right at the start of this turn. Oh, yeah. Okay, I need to find some safety for my... It is an exceptionally well-produced game. It just everything about it looks great. And the missiles were added last week on Tuesday, and just being able to see those streaks of smoke, to be able... The first missiles I saw, there was just this wonderful moment where they landed and it just turned the thing we were focusing on into a silhouette, and I'm like, oh Jesus, like just put that in the trailer and I bought the game. Like it this game already looked great at the start, and it has only continued to look even more impressive as the time has gone by. Like they've some sorcerers working for them. Okay, so before I go any further on the turn, let's just take a minute here and see what we're up against. Oh, God! They're having some missile revenge. Okay. I'm going to take a minute here. I got to stop and smell the roses and think about how I'm going to take... Okay, so easy way to take out the bad guys. Just unload a shotgun as much as possible into this guy before... the 3-second mark. That's how we get rid of that missile threat. The thing is, I built all of my mechs quite light, so the more... the question here is, can I get... No, you know what? Here's my alternative. Oh, damn you. I was thinking I might be able to bring him in for a melee strike. Okay, so we wait out the... I shouldn't actually be working out the full turn yet, but it's pretty clear that the tank has been... Oh, man. Really? Yeah, no, that checks out. Okay. So if I'm going to spend my whole turn running, I might as well do it... I'm in the open too much for that. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to move the melee unit to do a little bit more in this sector, and just because there's more things that they can sort of hide behind over time. Obviously, I want to wait out the attack. And I need to acknowledge that I'm not going to be able to get the turn done, so if I ended like in the middle here, then that's just going to invite this guy to attack my melee unit. Here I'm in safety, so if they attack the melee unit, I just stay behind the cover, and that eliminates a threat to one of my other units. If they don't attack the melee unit, then they run in and just start chopping people up. So I was actually given a key from Brace Yourself Games. So in this case, I didn't actually buy the game. But if you are thinking of picking it up, it is currently an Epic exclusive. I believe they have said that they plan on releasing the game on Steam. So I think there's a Steam page for it now, if you want to wishlist it. But I believe in terms of buying it, they have not announced a release date for it yet. If, on the other hand, you are picking it up on Epic, and I realize every time I bring up this link, it opens up an entire conversation as to whether or not people like this storefront, I do have an affiliate link. I will probably be getting rid of it in March or April. But for those of you who are considering the game and want to credit the stream with the sale and get it on the Epic Store, you can use that link. Although if you'd rather just buy the game and support another creator or not put the name in at all, there is no... I don't push that very hard. It is more an option for you to pick it up if you want, as is your choice to buy it on your storefront of choice. Obviously, people got to make their own decisions about that. That's all I can really say. But I know inevitably mentioning the Epic stuff usually will bring up the old complaints. Anyways, yeah. So currently, if you want to get the game, you can get it on Epic, but it will... My understanding is that... Actually, it might even be covered in the... oh, wrong button. Might even be covered in the help pages. Yeah, it's just a TBD. I know that's the same for Industries of Titan. I think Industries of Titan is getting pretty close to its 1 year period, but I'm assuming they probably want to decide at what point the game is in a shape where they want to sort of make that available to everyone. But anyways, let's carry on with the turn. So I'm keeping the melee unit where they need to go. So the really delicate part here is that I do have a little more health on my left arm right now, but I'm really trying to avoid damage altogether, because both my legs are going to be... The whole thing about the Hermes is that it's able to run around the battlefield and get stuff done quick. So if it loses the legs, it's kind of good night. Okay, I think I can make this work. Ooh, that's ugly. Okay, so we try something like this. Nope, because then they just get... You know, maybe the dash is the right call here. No, it's still too hot. Okay, well, I do my best with the rubble. So what if I went even further? So I just pull myself straight out of the fight. That's an assault rifle on me, so there's something of an argument to be said that I might be getting out of danger. Well, no, hang on. So if I just did something like that, I'm guaranteed out of danger. I don't have anything that I can do for the rest of the turn, but my range is quite a bit more complementary than any of the other spots. So I'm not, again, playing defensively like this. Remember when I said, oh yeah, we should just totally take out the heavy reinforcements, how hard could they be? Yeah, well, I just got my answer. Wait, I haven't heard of Industries of Titan either. They're making some great looking games. Oh yeah, man, Industries of Titan is incredible. Again, okay, sorry, I'm gonna sound like a complete shill. I was also given a key from Brace Yourself Games for Industries of Titan, and the reason I take the time to say this stuff, in addition to the fact, while I'm not American, I believe the FTC requirements are that you disclose this stuff, but more importantly, it is better for people to make their own decisions about what what the content creators they watch are you know, are what their interests are in terms of recommending stuff. I've had the keys for these games for a while, so I think it's kind of fair for me to say that I'm playing these out of enthusiasm. But I don't know. There's just something I got to think about how somebody's going to think about a game, sort of finding out that they were, you know, they got really excited after watching someone play it, and then they suddenly find out that that person was given that product specifically to promote it. I'd kind of feel sort of crummy about, being sort of told about it and then, you know, only finding that out later. So I apologize for being a broken record on this sort of stuff, but you know, it's the world that we live in. So I wanted to, I think the best way for me to handle that is just to be as upfront as I can about those interests. To be honest with you, I want to see Brace Yourself succeed because they're a Canadian developer from Vancouver, and I miss Vancouver so much. That's my real reason for being so supportive of them. But the fact that they've very kindly given me some keys to show off their games is a nice bonus too. I am Canadian, yep. As originally from BC, I moved to Ontario for work, which is a little bit of a drag, but as a whole, I've done okay, so I can't complain too much. So here's what I'm gonna do. I have hang on. There's a smart way for me to do this. So the threat to my lance right now, my lance is already a pretty beefy, operative, but we've got this building to sort of defend us. The whole purpose of attacking this unit here is to take them off the board before the 3-second mark, and they launch their missiles. So what I want to do here is I want to position the lance in such a way that they are... So I want to make sure that the lines are still working. I want this building to offer as much cover as it can for the turn. I don't overheat doing this, so I am just going to let her rip. This is almost certainly overkill, but I really want to make sure that this thing is taken out. And then the remaining question is, how do I spend the rest of the turn? I'm going to be under fire for... Good God! How many bullets does this thing fire? Okay. So if I just say I want to move forward like this, what happens? So fire, fire, fire. And I wind up with a face full of sniper fire, so that doesn't work out. Let's say instead I want to turn around the corner. Same idea. Okay, so we know there's nothing I can do. I just wait out the duration. Almost certainly this building is not going to survive the entire volley, but there's not a lot else that I can do, so I will... I just want to get into the action. So after that's done, I throw my shield up, and whatever's left, I handle. So sadly, no ducking. I've got the ability to use the torso as a tank, but like a tank, but. Okay, so a recap. This is definitely a very defensive and disappointing turn. You know what? Okay, so I run through... Okay, so... Oh, man. Okay, so I think I can move up. At the very least, I need to wait a little bit. Okay, so I've got 2 buildings worth of security there by the 5 second, or 4 and a fraction. You know, maybe I just dash it. Nope, that's especially stupid because I don't finish that until the start of the next turn, and then they're just going to catch me in the crossfire. I hate that I'm keeping this. Like, this is the playmaker, and I'm burying them deep in the city. But at the very least, we'll be taking out a unit this turn. So, again, I'm going to do it in full slow-mo. I'm actually... So, as much as I want to see this guy get blown up, I actually want to see the escape of my Hermes more than anything. So, I'll do it from the enemy perspective, just so we can sort of see in the background the enemy sniper rocket combo get blown up, but... Ah! Already lost the left arm. Oh. He just got knocked out. So the second round of attacks was redundant, but I love how with the woods, like the sniper looks like a proper sniper. Like you have no idea where those attacks are coming from. Yeah, I mean the game did warn me that they're the heavy reinforcements, so it is cool. I don't know if I want to count it as like a complaint, but. I was starting to feel like I was disrespecting the enemies a little bit in terms of, oh crap, I tripped over the body of my ally. That's not good. But yeah, I was definitely starting to feel like I was really just sort of steamrolling a lot of the challenges, and clearly we have met our match. Okay, so let's see what we're up against. Oh, good lord. All right. So they are just piling on this unit at the start of the turn. Assuming we survive. Yeah. First thing we do from getting up is just whacking this guy with a sword. I don't believe they're taken out yet. The one bit of good news here is that the torso is intact, so I don't believe I'm going to lose that unit. But we're shorthanded now, right? So I got to think about who I want to prioritize shot-wise. I think this is going to be a little counterintuitive, but I'm actually going to start taking out the tank. And again, the logic behind this is you look at the two targets that I could be going after. I've got, at this point, one target which is moving sort of right to left. Now, admittedly, from this angle, it's a little shallower than it might normally be. But again, still, it's a target that's harder to hit. And then I've got a target here, which is moving basically straight towards me, and so is an easier shot overall. The more important question is if I can get a second set of attacks in, because this guy stops moving. Yep. Okay, so we are definitely going to we saw what you did to our friend and we are not happy mode. So what I want to do right now is get a read on exactly This is basically what this unit was designed for. Let's see, here's the shame. I wanted to go in and just start demolishing them with the shotgun, but if I do that, okay, you know what? I'm gonna accept that sometimes you gotta pay to play. So basically I have the shield up for as long as possible to protect against the cannon, and then we start unloading some shotgun rounds into the sniper. Now, the other thing that I need to keep in mind is that this particular sniper is going to do... It's sniper on sniper, and my left arm here, which houses the rocket launcher, is quite weak. It's entirely possible we lose it, actually. But again, in this case, I'm at a point where I need to start moving a little more aggressively. So in this case, I'm doing what I can. I'm making some specific decisions about doing what I can to take pieces off the board. If the melee unit survives, I'm in significantly better shape. If the melee unit falls, I'm going to have some serious considerations for to see how the rest of the battle goes. Thank you very much for the follow, the God of the Apes. I'm glad you're enjoying the show. Okay, so that tank's crashing. Alright. Those assault rifles are no joke. And looks like it was too concussive to take the whole thing, so we've lost 2 units. I have a plan for this, but that's going to depend on me keeping my my missile launcher. Oh man, we might lose Polar, like just straight up lose him. No. Rip. All right, I want to play this out. So the tricky part here is I don't know. Like, I really wanted to set it up so that if I lost an encounter, that I would play through it. But in this case, like, I think I've just lost not just the encounter, but all my best mechs. So in this case, I may be a bit of a scumbag and reload. However, I am only going to allow myself to do that once. I think in future, if I lose encounters, I'm gonna stick with the loss. But here I want to see if I can actually pull off. I want to see if I can pull off any miracles. I'm probably not going to be able to do it this way, but I I don't know. Let's see what we can do. Oh man. Okay. How quickly the tide turns. So, this guy's under eject. You are all going to witness a masterpiece. All right, so shout out to everybody who thought that we were going to lose that one, including me, because I definitely thought that was going to happen. Okay, so lesson learned. The Lance is the most amazing mech that I have in my arsenal, and why the hell do I play so defensively with it? Hey, DVA13, thank you for that. Yeah, oh my god, that was incredible. I'm so sorry that we've lost one of our pilots, but I get it. I need to make the decision for myself as to whether or not I will allow myself to because you know, up to this point, I've actually really locked in. When I started this playthrough, I said that I was gonna hold myself to all of it. I think probably it would depend. I think if I lost everything, and like I would be rebuilding the squad from scratch, I don't know if I'd be able to pull it off. But I don't know. Like I think I should force, you know, even if I had a loss, I think I actually should have forced myself through it. So I don't know. I can't redo a world in which I don't lock in those losses. But yeah, this will probably be the first pilot that we've lost. This is the thing. I don't really necessarily like every game just being a constant upward trajectory, and I've definitely gotten a little too accustomed to just like coming in and you know, blowing away, disrespecting everything. But I should, you know, I really should be locking myself into my choices. Now, what is interesting here is it does include the Blackbird among the salvage, and there's only 3 things being repaired, so it does look like the unit is just totally lost. Yep. And I'm willing to guess that pilots... Yeah, we're down 1. I wonder if there's a memorial in the game. Now, the real challenge, of course, is going to be remembering how I built the behemoth, but we'll build it better, stronger, faster. But tell you what, guys, especially after... Oh my god, has it really been 2.5 hours already? Good god. Oh god, this game is so good. I want to take a minute here and refill my tea, because caffeine is clearly going to be the solution to my tactical challenges. So I'm going to encourage you folks to get a bit of a stretch. Otherwise, take care of yourselves. Get some water if you haven't already. I shouldn't be more than a couple of minutes. The way I normally do this is just put the kettle on and then I pour the tea when it's boiling, as one does with tea. But what I mean is, like, I don't wait the whole 5 minutes. So I'm just going to be away for a little bit while I set everything up. But while so doing, I encourage you folks to take a little care of yourself as well. See you guys in a bit. It's actually also really good information. I'm back, by the way. It's also really good information for me to know that basically you only need to worry about, like, when the mech itself is properly destroyed is when you need to worry about losing the parts. Otherwise, you are okay. Shooting range. I think that's going to be a challenge. Oh, hello. I wasn't going to take the... Oh, level 18, huh? As long as I can build a... apparently this is a known bug, by the way. As long as I can build a replacement behemoth in time. Yeah, I'm never going to take these units out. Oh, that was dumb of me. I wonder if I can... So it's an autosave after combat. So I'll just build myself the empty frame. Well, no, I don't even need to build myself the empty frame. I just need to replace the existing frame for one of the other units. Sorry, that was particularly stupid of me. Yeah. Oh, War Memorial. One of your pilots calls out for the mobile base to stop. In the field you're passing, she spotted the burned out wreckage of a mech. It's got our flag, but it doesn't look like one of ours, boss, she says. Must be an old model. Grass has grown over parts of it, and it looks in a terrible state, but you'll need to get closer for a proper look. It doesn't look too far from here. Shall we go have a look? One of your pilots asks. Yes, we will investigate, but not until... Oh, and the convoy's gone, so... Nope, nope, convoy's back. So what I was waiting for was the salvage to be able to... So... perhaps we don't need to worry so much about delivery. Okay, so let's try... For starters, I just want to see if I can get all the old parts back. And this is the really important thing about the way I handle livery. This is so much easier to do with my when everything that's not on the original, that wasn't on the original mech. When it has its colors. Okay, so this is... It's kind of interesting, actually, how it was the center that got taken out, but we were able to salvage that. So it is looking like we lost the... It is looking like we lost the right arm. Which is fair enough. Again, like... One of the things that I actually suspect is going to happen with me in this game is that as I start losing... units, maybe less so pilots, but as I start losing units, it's actually going to allow me to experiment a little bit more, because I've locked myself into these really ideal weapon and part combos. Would I even really be equipping a level 3 item at this point? Probably not. Okay, so we will make some decisions about what kind of a right arm we want, and then lower body. Let's see if we can get... Oh, looks like we've got some fancy blackbird legs. Alright, you know what? All told... Oh, hello. Okay, just so I can... Just because we've now learned the value. So imagine if I didn't do my color coding exercise last stream. Now I am 100% going to take the time and make sure that I've grayed out everything that's not a key part. Yeah, it is actually kind of funny to see some of these legs on my beefier one. The Lance by far. Like, the Lance, other than its paint job, and by the way, that is still the best paint job that I've got on a mech. But particularly on the Lance, if I put, like, skinny legs on it, it is kind of hilarious. Man, I really dropped the ball on... Well, you know, okay, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't design it this way, but this actually works pretty well. This will give me a chance to have the kettle boil and like get my tea ready to go. Oh man, it's been a while since I've had these legs. I had some fond memories of those. Hang on. Knocks me... Okay. Those might have actually been some legs that were good for me, but... Things are boiling. I'll be back in just a second. Okay, back to the task at hand. I am going to admit there is one small regret that I have about Phantom Brigade stream days. I genuinely lose track of time during it. And like I kind of think that I'm just at the start of the stream and like I'm really getting into it. And then I will turn around and see that it has been in fact 2 hours and 40 minutes. And it actually, so it creates a small sense of disappointment because I know either I'm going to wind up going incredibly late, which is not usually very good for me, or I'm going to have to sort of put it away. So good lord, like I knew I was already saying nice things about this game, but this game continues to impress, let's say. Okay, so I need an arm. I don't believe I have any colored, I have any colored bits. I don't really have any obvious choices. For now, let's go for... oh, actually, here's one thing that will make my life incredibly simpler. Oh, no, hang on. I can't filter. Filter by rarity would probably be kind of helpful. So let's start with... so we've got the dissipation. Actually, this Helga arm is not a bad one at all. A bonus towards heat dissipation and hollowed plating, which means its integrity isn't the best, but its mass isn't too dreadful. It still has a bear. You know what? Let's start with the Helga as my baseline. So like I give it my best arm available, and then we see what else comes out. So this one's a trade-off for extra defensibility in exchange for worse heat dissipation and mass. That's definitely not what I want to run with. Although there is a small argument here. If I switch out the hollow plating on the yes. Okay. So let's say I put a basic plating on this guy. So now how would I compare the two? I'm like, okay, well, they're the same mass. This one's got better integrity, and we have slightly worse heat dissipation. How much have I really cared about heat dissipation? Maybe not so much. Heat dissipation is that is going to be a factor for this mech. I just think that when it comes down to this particular rifle, I'm not really going to be worrying about fractions of seconds. So instead, what does it come down to in cold numbers? Yeah, well, I guess here's the other half of that equation. So this is a difference of like 19 integrity. So this is maybe the other way for me to think about it. Would I really like move heaven and earth? Oh, sorry, that's not 19, or is it? No, it's 29. Would I really be moving heaven and earth over 29 integrity? Probably not, actually. So let's throw the hollow plating on. So this Helga is now my baseline, and the Asgard is actually not that bad of an alternative. It's got an offensive subsystem, which means that I could potentially make its aim better. Speaking of, what defensive empty sub... Yeah, so the thing is that this thing should be getting like a bunch of... Really, what I should be focusing on for this guy is a bunch of stuff that makes him a better shot. So what kind of offensive subsystems can I rock? I can put an Asgard on it, and it'll be a much slower mech. Although we're already at 22. Okay, so if I did this, down to 21, but not the end of the world. Okay, so I'm going to strip the... Going to strip the hollow plating off of... It's going to give you basic. And now we will... Wait, no, a stabilizer is dumb because I'm always attacking from... Yeah, no. This is not the right way to think about this. An offensive subsystem to consider for this guy would be a capacitor, but not the... Ah, where did I put that? Helga. If I really want to go on the mass angle, this Helga would help me. But yeah, so the scatter isn't actually the worry that I have about this one. Maybe the sensor, but I think in this case here, actually being able to... Yeah, no, I'm happy with where this is going. Okay, let's see, can we eke out a little bit more performance? Ooh, yes. So if we look at the mass trade-off, we're at 2265, 2169, so that's one that we lost. But I was already willing to give that up, so sorry, but you are back on the chopping block, sadly. Alright, so you have an offensive subsystem, so... Yeah, I guess, you know what, I still don't know what sensors do. Oh, actually, here's what we're going to do. Gotta work in the morning, better hit the sack. Alright, thanks, Medicus Ray. I'm going to take a minute here, so for those of you that are not already in it, I highly recommend the Brace Yourself Discord. So I'm going to go here and see what sensor does. Stabilizers reduce scatter by 20%, while sensors increase optimal range by 20%. The multi-purpose one does both at 10%. Well, I suppose the one thing I don't need on the sniper rifle is an increased optimal range. So if I have a right sensor... Maybe I just want to do the passive heat sink and get the additional heat dissipation. Okay. What I'm going to do before I do anything else, I'm going to consider all my other alternatives. So lower overall integrity with the Nox, better mass, but I'm not sure. I don't know. This is above 400 still. It is my right arm, so like this is where I've got my best weapon. Although my left arm, there's an argument for making that a bit beefier. This Asgard Heavy is interesting, but we bump up the weight even more. So let's say in theory I do it. So it's the Helga Heavy. You know, we don't lose that much speed, so yeah. Now, this thing doesn't have any shields, but I can live with that. No, but then it has the question about the heat dissipation. I should have paid attention to that. So no, this Helga is the one that I still want. Yeah, the Nox light is just too weak. Okay, I think I've settled on the Helga. So the question then becomes, do I worry about heat dissipation? Do I worry about heat capacity? First of all, with the upper body, what core am I running? Right, standard core. Currently on 8. Oh, that's right. There's empty plating too, not just hollow plating. That's another one for me to remember. But this one is for offensive subsystems. So we're back. I mean, we're back to where we were before. If I put the capacitor on, I get a little bit of extra mileage for my weapons. If I put the heatsink on, I potentially lower the window through which I can do multiple shots. Or I do a sensor for the right. And I give myself that extra range. I think I'm going to go for the passive heatsink for now. I might change that later. At some point I should start taking advantage of like the upper and lower armor colors. Oh, hang on, no. The extremities should be... You know what? We're gonna go for a full-on. We're gonna go for a full-on redesign on the behemoth. What color scheme do I want for this guy? Oh, it has been a while since I've done the acid colors. Well, that's not what you do for a... Well, then again, the red and black isn't what you do for a sniper, so... you know what, maybe we can try the... Let's try the sunset again. I actually really liked the sunset colors. Yeah, the camo pattern really helps you hide. Okay. Oh man, actually the light's not bad on that one, but I think the idea here is I don't want to put a light color on the helmet or the cockpit. And let's see if we can make the items a little more exciting now. Yeah, we can give them the light color. It's reborn. I can't remember how I renamed these things. I don't think it was under livery. Am I gonna have to go back and check my VODs to see how I changed the names of these? Actually, I think it might be in the mission setup. It does seem, though, that... So what's the deal here? Warnings units can be deployed, but there are some warnings to consider. It's currently damaged, but I don't seem to have the option to repair it. I don't think... Yeah, this is the funny thing. Like, I don't actually think there's any damage to be repaired. As a precaution, I'm just going to save this... just as a, you know, in case there's something obvious that I'm missing out here. I suspect we'll, at the very least, we'll be able to correct all this later. Now, again, level 18 is no joke. I have a feeling this is going to be a particularly hard fight for me, but let's see what happens. A hostile squad is passing nearby. Our base is now within their sensor ranges, so moving would reveal our position, but we have the upper hand for now. If we're not prepared to face the enemy, we may be able to execute an emergency retreat, but now could be a good time to strike, so we will suit up. Let's bring golf back. Let's, why is the Hermes not repaired? I'm missing some really obvious stuff right now. It might, but I mean, why would it? Like, this is a totally different mech as far as the game is concerned. So I just don't know why it would be keeping track of something like that. Okay, so this thing's clearly not repair. Oh, hang on. Well, now we know how to change the name. But what the devil's going on with this repair? So yeah, this is the funny thing. This is the one that's getting the warning, but the Hermes is the one that's... Okay. This is a super risky thing to do, but... What?! Okay, no, sorry. The map's just turned around. I'm like, why am I on the other side of the map? Okay. Yeah, I think we'll just run after the convoy. I don't think there's anything for me to really do about this. If the game doesn't let me repair it, the game doesn't let me repair it. So it's a little dangerous going in. I'm not going to hold myself to losses on the stemming from this particular encounter. I'll try and keep myself honest on this one, but like what I'm going to do here is I'll just be a little bit more protective of the Hermes. Oops. We got two tangos. Sorry, too confusing. Yeah, screw it. Well, no, hang on. I think Tango's been with us from the start. Yeah, I gotta keep the Lance pilot. This was the MVP pilot, for crying out loud. We gotta keep her in the squad. Anyways, yeah. So I'm not. Again, just given the fact that I'm going in with this mech that apparently can't repair, this might also be a barrier thing, I'm not sure. But you know, this is more me playing around a little bit. I may allow myself a reload. Also, this is a ridiculously difficult mission, so at least by the numbers. So decelerating, let's flank and finish him off. 10 on the field. All right. Well, we've been here before. Lots of cannon. Got a heavy machine gun. That is what keeps me up at night. And a heavy shotgun. Okay. So Mr. Shotgun and the mechs are 100% public enemy #1 for me. Looks like there's a couple of people off on the side that are going to cause me some trouble. What? This doesn't make any sense. So apparently it's not counting... Like, my weapons don't actually count as being... they don't count as existing. Okay. That is a bummer. Because I'm not sure how to fix that. So, let's go back. Sorry, guys. This is not quite how I was planning on spending the time. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to replace everything. Oh, I should have checked the Hermes before I did that. Do I really have so few left-right items? Something very funny has happened to my save file. That thing looks beautiful. Okay, so again, color coding comes to save the day here. Fascinating. It is recommended to repair any of the damage before fielding this unit again. No, not that gun. Okay, so this thing definitely needs repair. Yeah, this is the funny thing. So it's telling me to repair my behemoth when I can't, and it's telling me to... it's telling me I can't repair my Hermes when I should. And I am somewhat doubtful on my ability to... I don't think anything's going to change when I do this convoy mission. Okay, let's see what we can do. Okay, so definitely don't have the attack ability, which is a shame. What about the Hermes? Hermes is at full health though. So, I mean, we're in pure silly mode now, which I'm totally fine with. So if they're not going to let me fire with my weapons, that's a pity. But we're not gonna let it get in the way of a good fight. So I may not lock myself into the consequences of this battle, but we're just gonna have some fun. Wait, really? Wait, is there only one mech here? This might be a lot easier than it seems at first. Okay. Again, this is really just me having letting off a little bit of steam after a tough mission. So I'll get you to wait. I think the best answer for the Lance, to be completely honest, is to just run in and well, if I dash. No, I crash into my own people. Okay, so we'll wait it out. Yeah, in this case, I think I might just want to play. I might just want to put down the shield and start running through all the tanks. Actually, with that in mind, that's something the Blackbird can do, or the Behemoth can do, rather. All right, let's watch the madness happen. What is this thing packing again? Heavy shotgun. Oh god, this is gonna get messy. Okay, not quite how I planned it, but you know what? We're just having fun here. All right, so I've already got one unit that's crashing. Okay, 2 units crashing down. So the job for the Lance here is basically just going to be to throw up the shield and cause as many crashes as possible. So once this guy's back up, can't actually punch anyone yet, so we'll get him up. Can't even punch right. Yeah, the different height is definitely the bane of my existence. Okay, so for starters, we'll just peek around the corner and get ready for the next one. As for my proper melee unit, I'm thinking we just go straight back to our old habits. And because those are minimum range, we'll go smashing into anything else we can find. Sierra 2 on the field. What's taking you so long? Surround them and finish them off. Okay, so we got 2 mechs out of commission. 3 new enemy contacts on the field. I suppose the good news out of this is that nobody else is on their way. So now that I know what's up, I'm gonna run in. Is this guy still... Nope, he's still got a missile launcher, so he's going to be a threat. But basically, the aim of all of these movements is just one thing, which is to step on as many tanks as possible and create mayhem. Oh, I forgot this guy's still active. Okay, so same deal. Just continue firing away at the enemy mech. The hope is here. Actually, you know what? I think this one I'm going to do 2 volleys of that. Then we'll close the distance. And who's threatening? At this point, you know what? I think they're just going to draw fire for a little bit. Get them to walk around on the other end and see what else we can do. Okay, this guy's taken out. This guy's still up. Oh, and I just lost my right arm. So this thing's a write-off. Okay, so I guess the big question for me here is sorry, like this is totally not Phantom Brigade now. This is me being a bit of a clown. I got to figure out what's going on with my save file here. It is possible I may need to revert to whatever happened just before it, and what makes me nervous is whatever happened just before it is that fight. But the fact of the matter is like, I'm okay losing the behemoth in the battle. What I'm not okay is losing the ability to... So here's the thing. It's not just that I've lost the ability to fire stuff with that unit. It's the fact that I've... like, I don't have that many other weapons anymore. So there's one last thing that I'm going to try out here, which is we're going to just, you know, again, make another... just another, like, skeleton unit. And what I'm going to do here instead is I'm going to take unit 554. I'm going to put all the behemoth parts on it. All right, so same story here. So it seems to be that there's a single part that's really causing the issues here. And the thing is, I think debugging this is probably not going to be so very interesting on stream. So here's what I'm going to do. This is after combat, so unfortunately it does look like I'm going to have to go back to the encounter before. I'm already past the time that I would normally stop streaming, but at the very least, let's do this mission. Like, I'll get a mission done. I'm going to try and find out a fix for whatever... Oh, hang on. Surely I saved between the... No, I wouldn't have. Okay, well, let's do the repair bay at least. I'll see if I can do something to recover the camp. But it may be that I have to. It may be that I have to undo the camp fight just so that I can actually make some progress in the game. So sorry about that. I should remember to say something in the Discord to see if I can figure out what's going on. Rebel unit sighted, requesting immediate reinforcements. Let's make this quick. Okay, so we've got mech. 2 tanks. It says there's 4 on the field, though. No, reinforcements arrive on turn 4. So, autocannon. So these are short-range attacks and submachine. Okay, so basically this is a pure short-range engagement. Oh, that's right. Hang on. We wouldn't have the missile launcher either. Okay, well, you know what? We had some good laughs on this stream. But I suppose we'll be locking in the progress of the new DLC in a future stream. Sorry about that. But hopefully I'll be making enough big plays to justify the choices. The other thing that I might try on the other save file is a way of finding out what part is triggering the the problem. If I can find that, then that'll probably not too hot. Oh, that's slightly annoying that it's going to stop me right when the bullets are flying. I'll live with it though. So let's see how much damage we can do on turn 1. This thing sure doesn't seem to hit a whole lot. Okay, good start. I obviously would have preferred not to... Oh wait, it never had a shield. So if we're lucky, these two will crash into each other. Okay. So, first things first, we need to put my melee unit into protection. How are they at different heights? Oh, okay. Nope, that's fair enough. So I'll do my best to... That's the end of the turn, though, so... you know what? It's just that much easier for me to run straight to the other objective. And as an intermediate move... So I got a sniper that needs to do something. Let's get him to a slightly better position to inconvenience that tank. Although it looks like they're still within... Yeah. That's basic. They're not going to be able to do anything unless they come into close range. So let's just admit that's the truth. And I think if I do a third, I overheat. So this thing, these guys are effective at short range. So I want to keep that in mind for sort of the subsequent parts of this engagement. But there are some ways that I can sort of tilt this to my favor. One of them being, of course, the maneuvering that I'm still in a good little kill spot there for him. So maybe I just want to back off. Yeah, so if he tries something at a distance, I'm not that worried. I actually assumed that the submachine gun had a much shallower range than it actually does, so... This is more of a Hail Mary shot than anything. Okay, so that's a really... I'll admit that's an extremely weird turn for the... for the Hermes, but it's fine because I'm able to use my shotgun on the real target. Again, I'm sort of inefficiently using it. I'm sort of phoning this in a little bit, given that mostly just given the time. Wait, so I wanted to move him onto the. Well, there might be some room for it. probably not enough, but let's... Yeah, wasn't quite enough. Okay, so this guy's now focusing on the behemoth. Not a bad call for them. Bad call for the behemoth, though. I could not have possibly handled that worse. Okay, so... That's a little more like it. Again, I'm being dumb. Okay, that's fine. I think here throwing up my shield and taking my place is as good as anything. And then once that's done, I can start shotgunning the tank again. Who knows, maybe there'll be a mech in the way as well. And this is just begging for... This is just begging for some friendly fire incidents, but let's see... Let's see if we can finish the job on... I'm slightly annoyed at myself for not realizing I wasn't where I needed to be there. Okay. Okay, so we're ready to go as far as the mission is concerned. We still need to wait for the reinforcements, so I'm going to get my sniper into a probably very inefficient but admittedly cool-looking position, and everybody else, again, we're just going to strike some fancy poses and see if we can carry the day. It'd be super nice of me not to kill my own units while we're repositioning. Well, okay, it's inactive. It doesn't mean, yeah. I don't want to completely destroy the scrap, so... What a persistent bunch. Command won't commit any more drop squads to the site, so let's get this over with. And yeah, this probably isn't a great spot for my sniper to be shooting from. If they were to try... Okay, let's wait till they're actually on the field. The question is, if I dash to the side here, am I able to get any shots in? I'm a little surprised, but I'm not unhappy. So if I bring that right up on the end of the dash... So why did it say it was such a low chance? I guess it's because I'm like right at the end of the movement. But yeah, I am definitely not gonna complain. I want to get as many of these shots in as I can. In fact, I'm willing to overheat on this one if that's a 100% chance to hit. So I'm sure I will regret it, but now I wish it were different, but it looks like I'm not going to be able to shoot that particular unit. So on my way, you know, I'll take whatever pot shots I can at the target that's available. But in this turn, looks like it's all about getting the Hermes in position. And I think it's going to be the same with... Oh, no. No, yeah, the Lance is also going to need the same treatment. And I know for a fact the melee unit's not going to be able to do anything this turn, so... What? That's disgraceful. All right. Well, this is what we came for. Unfortunately, they want to... Oh, it's missiles against my... That's fine. they have AoE effects. We'll share the missiles together. While we're doing that, so I want to put some particular attention, if I can, on the missile unit, just because I know it is going to be harming a unit that it's going to be harming a unit that I would prefer to keep somewhat protected. So that's the Hermes taken care of, and this guy's probably going to be on the ground by the end of the melee attack. On the chance that they're not, we'll put the shield up. It's a machine gun? No, it's a sniper rifle. Okay, something mildly concerning, but at this point we'll take our chances. And then we definitely need a cooling off period for this guy. I think at this point, I think I'll wait it out. I'll see if I can get a dash. Okay, I can't get a dash onto any of these other rooftops. So at this point here, either I need to contribute something from where I stand. Well, it looks like there's still a shot on him. You know what? That changes the equation a little bit. So I think I'm going to get everybody to gang up on... Well, normally I would. I'm going to get the Lance in position to gang up on that guy next turn. So it was a crash, but looks like that guy lost his rocket launcher, which is good. So he's going to be attacking the sniper. This guy is... Okay, he's ejecting, so everybody gets to focus in on this guy. Ooh. Looks like I need to get some distance. Or alternatively, I need to make my escape. So the real aim of this is going to be more about making sure that I keep the appropriate distances and that I don't wipe out my own units in the crossfire. So he starts shooting into the hill after the second one, so we'll move him a little closer. This is probably one for the secondary weapon now that I think of it. And then at some point we will stop being... we'll stop lying on the ground, so... Yeah, the different heights comes to get me. I'm going to wait till the next turn before I do anything with the melee unit. Yeah, this guy is going to eject, assuming he's still standing. Hey, sorry, Enemy Vlor 123. I'm actually just wrapping up for tonight because I had a bit of a bug that I don't have an exact answer for. You know what? Maybe I can do one more. Question is, do we get any missile launchers? Looks like... Oh no, we do have one, but it's a different kind. It's a one-shot, so... And it's not special. So we'll do the salvage and the unit repairs. And we'll still go after the cat. Yeah, we'll do. Tell you what, we'll do one more. So, can you just say that I reread Clockwork Orange and Nadstat is so much better when it is not visibly in the movie, and you have to figure out what they're saying by the end of the. Yeah, actually, I'm still very fond of the movie. But one book that I found really interesting in terms of its use of specialized language, and I actually saw somebody criticize the book for this, but Anathem by Neil Stevenson. I really like. It's a you really get the impression that Neil Stevenson doesn't care that much for smartphones, but basically the use of specialized language really allowed me to kind of gain the perspective. So the book is told from the perspective of someone who is kept in sort of this like kind of monastic society, and only has contact with the outside world every 10 years. And it's the use of the specialized language does a really good job of sort of bringing me into this character's headspace. So, and it's funny because like I was thinking a little bit of A Clockwork Orange when I was reading it. I mean, it's not exactly the same thing, but for some reason I was just thinking a little bit. So it's funny that you mention it, but yeah, I don't know. It's in the air. All right. Well, let's do it. Again, everything that we're doing here hopefully is going to be rendered irrelevant by me figuring out how the heck I can fix the problem. But for now, let's take on. So this is a one-shot, miniaturized version of the missile launchers designed for support and cover for the blind spots of the primary weapon. One-shot variant shoots a single long-range guided missiles. A single long-range guided. I think it. Okay. Over structures. This missile deals significant AOE damage to units and structures. Okay. If you can just give me a second here, I'm going to start taking some notes. I'm sorry for the silence. I just want to make sure that I get a quick report in. Otherwise, I'm going to forget this. Just commenting on some of the text. All right, sorry about that. So here I'm just running with the the missile launcher so I can use that. I mean, this is kind of like how we set up the last mission. I didn't even check to see if there's any other. Okay, so what kind of body parts do we have? Grays. Grays. Okay, there are 2 left items. Oh, that's right. The Sleipnir needs some new items. Okay, Grays. And okay. So your left item, it's cutter slice. Oh, that's a shame. So it's lower range. I mean, I suppose it's all right in the sense that I could engage at closer range, but I don't know. I kind of feel like there's no damage benefit, there's no heat change. So yeah, decidedly more modest changes going into this battle. This battle, I mean, this took me a really long time at the start of the stream, but this will definitely be the last one. Here they are, great timing. Our big bird is about to do another pass. They'll send backup our way, so don't panic and hold out for a minute. So what are we up against? A marksman and a medium handgun, a medium machine gun and a shield. Okay, the machine gun's definitely something I should be worried about. And who are they attacking? The weaker of the two's going after the lance, and the stronger of the two's going after the... Okay, so first question I want to see if I can answer is, am I going to be able to get a sneaky melee attack in? And I think the answer is yes. There's got to be a way I can make that angle work. No! In fairness, I shouldn't be this eager about... So, like, what I'm doing is I'm taking my melee unit, I'm running him in, and, like, there's still the whole rest of this machine gun shot that's coming after him. The only defense I have here is that this guy gets the royal treatment too. In the meantime, I'm going to move the lance straight up, so I'll put the shield up right when this guy attacks. So again, what I'm coming after here is a marksman rifle. It's no joke, but it's not... I mean, he's moving, so I don't actually expect this to be doing that much damage. And then effectively what I want to do here while the movement's happening is I want to do as much sort of shotgun damage as I can, and just in time my my unit comes in to deliver another shot. So this is very reckless with that particular unit because it I mean, let's face it. It's it's a weak melee unit. It's not exactly intended to be taking that kind of damage. But I just want to. This is pure experimentation time, right? So again, just taking the time to make sure that the shots. This is basically public enemy number 1 here. I'm kind of assuming that this guy gets taken out. But given that there's going to be a big cluster of people kicking around on that side, I'm gonna get my sniper into a good sniping position, and then I'm going to... Whoa, what? Oh, that's right. Well, isn't that exciting? I do want to see how this missile works, so... I better have hit the shield. So a little damage on my guy, but we might even just be taking it on the regenerating parts. Okay, so we're finishing the attack next round. Yeah, that was definitely worth it in the long run. Like the damage that I took off of that was not substantial at all. This guy's waiting? Oh, he must be waiting because there's a missile coming after him. All right, so with that in mind, the melee unit's got to walk it off a bit, but I'm going to set them up for some fun and games on the side over here. We are running kind of hot, but I bet... Oh, he's still... Well, you know what? I'm kind of at the point here where any shot's better than nothing, so I don't exactly feel optimistic about it, but... Okay, so what is this guy? Okay, so he's using his shield. We don't actually have anything to worry about from them, so... I'm going to wait a little bit. Basically just let my unit finish its attack, and then we start the shotgunning. It may be an idea for the lance to... So I'm going to wait till the shotgun business is done. And then I'm going to move him to a new... Oh yeah, okay. So I kind of got to pick a lane here that if I'm saying the missile is... going to be doing something and it's going to cream this guy, and its big feature is that it's AoE, I need to make sure I don't have my guys in the area when that thing goes off. So as much as I'd love to have my sort of lance in the area raising hell, I'm actually going to... I'm going to treat it as if this thing is going to, just destroy everything that I love. Okay, so I really did not do myself any favors here. I think that'll have to do. I am really curious though about how the missile's going to turn out here, so. Just as he gets up. Oh, wait. What are you doing? It's close enough. Oh, hey, it did do damage. Okay. It didn't exactly, like, it didn't change anything. That was probably a lot more pretty than effective, but sometimes pretty's enough. Let's see what's going on with this guy. Yeah, this game is a fantastic looking game. I think it's very unlikely that we are going to disable his weapon. In fact, I think it's very, very unlikely that we're going to take him out at all. But we might as well enjoy. It's actually one of the reasons why I go on slow motion so much in this game. Oh, are you serious? The shots are bouncing off the roof. I mean, that's some nice damage we're doing on him, but that is definitely a bruiser. Like, we're gonna have to work pretty hard. Oh my god, we did take his arm though. Okay, so this guy is gonna... Right. So let's run my... I'm just gonna run my melee unit off to the side there. Of course I'm gonna have some fun with my with my new toy. I'm actually basically giving my Lance a mission. It's like you gotta wrap this thing up. Actually, you know what? I bet the area of effect is not that devastating. So. So we'll run at full speed at least until the missile gets fired. Actually, you know what? We'll watch the whole thing come out. This is the Team America approach. All right, so he's going to eject. We're all good. Rebel units eliminated the garrison, requiring updated tactical plans. Now, this is the point where we learned a little something about hubris. But by God, we are sticking with it. I'm not going to learn... I mean, I would prefer to lock in the loss for sure. But I want to see how... I mean, I'm not going to stop the thing partway through, and I want to fight hard enemies so that I can get better at fighting hard enemies. I probably should have taken the time to move the lance a little bit closer to the. No, actually, you know what? I bet the enemy reinforcements are going to come through here. As fun as it would be to fight through the reinforcements, I'm going to guess that they're going to come on this side. So I'm going to commit to that choice. So I'm going to move my melee unit closer. Jesus Christ. Alright. Squad decelerating. ETA 3 seconds. Another squad dropping shortly if these contacts remain on radar. Let's make this quick. Oh, interesting. This is a totally different scenario. Okay. It's a bit different from what I was expecting, but this will be fun. So, in this case, I don't want any excuses for this thing. Oh, interesting. They're too far away. Okay, well, that's life. Get myself in position for next turn, although they're almost certainly going to eat them alive at the at the start of the next round. I'm going to try and get as many shotgun shots off as I can, although again, it's kind of optimistic here. You know, there's another thing that I'm considering. No, I don't think I'm going to be able to get my sniper in position in time, so... Ooh. Yeah, these angles are all wrong for me. It's a really good way for me to get a shotgun in the back. Okay, so if I run, let's say I run my Hermes up here and I try, nope, can't dash it. I'm almost certain I'm going to wind up bouncing those bullets off the side of the wall. So the answer here is going to be to move the lance slightly differently. Still collides with my guy. So I can pretty much kiss any of the damage from the any damage from the shotgun goodbye. But I gotta make my choices. You know, one other possibility I should be exploring here is the missile. Yeah, actually, you know what? This is exactly what we're gonna do. How many of these things can I lob out in a turn? Okay, I don't care if I overheat. Well, I do kind of care that I overheat, but I sort of want to see what this does, so... Okay, respectable damage. The only thing is that's all going to get recharged, so... and they've got a marksman rifle, so they actually know how to handle me. And a missile launcher. And guess what they're using? Oh god, it's a cluster one too. Okay. So I think it's time that I... try and find a better use for my my services. Now, this whole exciting place. The tank seems to be coming after my melee unit, and that works well for me. Yeah, so they get a little bit of a tickle on me, but nothing fatal. In fact, I get enough time to walk it off that I bet... Yeah, it's an awkward shot, but it's still a good one. So now I get a little more variety in terms of where my... What are these guys packing? Just shields, okay. So yeah, I guess again, part of this is just going to be about trying to switch dance partners and see... I'm just going to kind of try and take the long way around and get some shots off on the main target. Okay, so this guy winds up shooting the hill, so I don't care too much about that. I do want to see if there's an opportunity that comes up partway through. Doubtful that that's going to work, but Yeah, and I don't need to worry about him. Okay, so I suppose the better question is how do I better use my lance this turn, knowing that there's really no threat to them? And I think being able to focus on this guy on the hill, yeah, that works significantly better. So I am very curious what's going to happen to the behemoth, seeing as it's kind of met its match here. Those look like they're probably going to hit. Okay, so this guy's going to eject. This guy's still got some fight in him, and the vehicle is probably pretty annoyed about what happened to it, and it will want revenge. Oh, too hot, so... here's how I'm going to handle that. I'm actually just going to say that the melee has served its purpose, and that it's going to be better served. It's going to be better served by getting ready for the new arrivals. Oh, the new arrivals are very arrived. Okay. I know it's not going to work, and it really pains me that it does, but at the very least, I can just get the distance. Alright, so this guy's got to get some distance. Okay, I'm not 100% sure how long it takes these missiles to arrive, but what I'm going to do here is I'm going to wait a little bit. I'm going to see whether or not it's possible to dodge these missiles. Ah, nuts. This is the worst place I could probably take him on. Alright, well, you know what? It's probably not going to help me with the missiles, but... This will, though. I'll admit, this is a bit of a weird turn. All right, no missiles for me. What is everybody else doing? Okay, I haven't figured out what to do with the Hermes yet. Oh, wow, I'm not touching anyone. Okay, so melee units free. It's this guy on this side of the hill that I need to... Alright, I really don't like the way I'm handling this, but I unfortunately have to deal with who, like, how fast certain people move. And even then, I still clobber my own guy. All right, so basically the Hermes is here to just try and deliver as much fire as possible on the tank before it retaliates. Actually, you know what? One turn of that, and then I'm going to get them into the main fight. Okay, I think that covers everyone. I will confess, I'm very curious what's going to happen with the behemoth, so let's see. Okay, so I think I waited too long. The dash is not going to mean anything. Oh, well, it's not going to mean anything because it did actually wind up hitting all the... it did wind up hitting the building, so... Lol at them. Oh, never mind. Oh, I almost dodged it too. Or maybe I did. Suckers. Okay, we got a little damage. Oh, this thing's definitely going to be standing by the end. That assault rifle... We've had that assault rifle basically since the beginning of the game. The one thing that is nice, though, is that they're going to be completely neutralized. They're going to be behind the hill, and all the fight is going to be on the other side of the map. So I'll be able to take them on sort of at my leisure. Well, this is going to be fun to watch. These are just going to get a full volley of missiles straight to the back. It's also going to be really interesting to see what happens. Ooh, wow! So the concussive damage is catastrophic, but that almost took my arm off, too. Okay, well, I mean, no surprise at all that this guy is going to be shooting at me. The real question here is, how do I possibly defend this unit from losing body parts? We'll see if I can lob a cheeky missile at the end. Yeah, it looks like I can. Yeah, they're going to be attacking pretty early on. So this is the real reason why I should kick myself every time I want to commit an action at like the start of a turn, or so at the end of a turn, because there's a chance that I could have actually disabled that guy before before the missiles fired. At this point, I just want to look at the feasibility of this attack. I'm guessing it just doesn't happen, but yeah, the fact that he's cramped up against the building doesn't do anything. Okay, well, that's fine. We'll do second best, and we will... Okay, so first of all, I don't want to repeat mistakes from last time, so... Looks like I don't get that option. Okay, well, I'll move him in. Perhaps we will do a revenge missile instead. In the meantime, so we are up against an assault rifle. Oh, okay. It's actually a fair fight. I don't like those. So I'm going to wait for the duration of the shot, and I'm going to peek around the corner. So hopefully that doesn't do anything. I am mildly curious about maybe just taking this guy out. Well, no, because he's got a mark. See, all of his weapons are long range, so other than the fact that the behemoth is in a little bit of a pickle, there isn't actually that much of a worry. So here's what I'm going to do. I'll wait out the attack. And I run back out, and essentially, basically I just deliver as many shots as I can on this guy, and then the Sleipnir cleans up whatever's left over. That guy's going to eject, so it's really just the tank that's left as a threat. And I'm not going to worry too much about it for the reasons stated before. It's in this case, this is an enemy unit that will be shooting into the side of a mountain for basically the rest of its life. So I'll get a little walking distance. Basically trying to cross the distance as quickly as possible because I want to get that shotgun in play as early as possible. Okay, and I think everybody else is set. So we'll see how this little turn. I didn't see the missiles fire. Okay, so this guy is targeting the Hermes. That's fantastic because they are going to get knocked down the second they... Oh, nope, they're attacking right away. Okay, so the Hermes is going to run around the edge and escape. This guy's getting ready to fire more missiles. So even though we overheat, we have a higher calling. And we're basically just going to follow this guy around, blasting him with a shotgun. Oh, there were missiles. Okay. So they did take out the left arm. But I suppose good news for me. You know, they're... I don't have anything to fear anymore. Okay, so this guy gets... it's all well and good that they get a hit and that they knock down someone, but I need to be thinking a little bit more about what the next few turns look like. So let's move them in closer. Looks like they are targeting the missiles towards me, so I figure a good melee swat will help there. Okay, he lost his left arm. And his right arm. So, no, he didn't lose his left arm. All right, he's determined. So unfortunately, I think we're going to get the height difference again. So if I move my melee in, still out of range. Okay, yeah, so we get the hit in. Oh, something took out my assault. Oh, that's probably missiles again. Okay, good to know. Missiles are extremely dangerous. And at this point, I think I really need to get the behemoth in play. Oh my god, I was not paying attention at all. I should not have just taken that in the back. Okay, so new enemy contacts, 5 on the field. Victory retreat becomes available if all hostiles are eliminated. Yeah, this is a totally different mission from the one that I saw before. This guy's down. This guy is going to be trying to protect himself from... Okay, from the... well, actually, that makes sense because it's the only one that can really hurt him. Okay, yeah, that is a major blunder that I let my that I let my melee unit take that much damage in one go. So what I'm going to do to try and even the score a little bit, I'm going to move my lance. This is going to be one of those ones where I just let her rip as far as the shotgun goes. I'll try and get some distance. My legs are really hurting here, so I'm relying on the fact that there's not that much in the way of damage that's happening to me. So what I'm doing here is the behemoth is getting set up. Oh, really? Okay. I gotta make this happen as early as possible, so... Conditions aren't exactly optimal. Okay, so we got some shots happening here. Okay, that happens too soon. There's a very tight window in which I need this to happen. Good. So if nothing else, that'll knock him down again. And that'll get us ready for the next round. It'll get us ready for the next round, but it'll get in the way of the shot too. Okay, so after we take that shot, I want to move the behemoth up. That's specifically so that I can start delivering some pain on the other new arrival. And I would love it if that didn't cross over into the next turn, but I got to deal with what I've been given. We're already down one because an ally got knocked out. Or, yeah, I think it's because they got knocked out. So let's watch the fireworks. Right arm down. He's not a problem. Although we did just trip over his mech, so fortunately nobody's going to be attacking them. Oh, I did not watch the whole playfield. They got friends. Okay. First things first, let's get my... Oh! Ooh! Okay, my melee unit is in danger. I'm going to run them away. So the really clear path here is to take out as many of the... just to take out this side of the map first. And then clean up whatever else is left over. This is too close, sadly. I am trying to set myself up for... Okay. That works. I am trying to set myself up sort of defensively so I don't need to worry about these guys. This guy's got a shield. Well, we can probably take their legs out, so... They are attacking me with an assault rifle, so I'm not that worried about the damage on that yet. But they do start an attack on me over here, so... I have a bit of a decision to make. So option number 1, I try and finish this guy off. Option number 2, I take this guy in anticipation. Hey, Starbright Knight, great to see you again. I'm actually... I'm in overtime, so it's great to have you here. Guys, so I've actually been pretty bad. There's a couple of things that I do incorrectly with Starbright Knight, which is number 1. I knew they were a streamer for a while, and then for some reason I registered. I think they're actually two related problems. So for a while, I stopped thinking that they were a streamer, and I think it's because I'm pretty sure there's someone I know called Starlight Skies. And they're a woman, so I think I might have even said Starbright Knight she at some point, which if I did, I apologize, because I was definitely thinking of the other streamer. So I think to correct, I overcorrected and said, oh, well, they don't stream. But then Starbright Knight said that they were using the Machiavelli emote, which I'm never going to get tired of excuses to show off the Eyes of Sin's wonderful emotes here. So, one, I've done a very poor job of letting you know about this very positive and very entertaining streamer. So first of all, check that out. I already know that they're playing Marbles on stream. So that's another appealing, because I've never actually watched it. But Starbright Knight sort of showed me where I think the interest in that game comes from, and it was a lot of fun to watch it be played. But on top of that, I believe I know them through Miss Ariella's stream. So good people. Definitely, I really liked reading some of the panels in terms of the stream, just in terms of why they're broadcasting, what they're about. And I also feel a certain obligation to correct the the massive oversights that I've been doing. So on top of all of that, I really appreciate the host, but certainly that's not required at all. Now, how many of you from Starbright Stream are familiar with Phantom Brigade, which is by Brace Yourself Games, the developers behind the exceptional Crypt of the Necrodancer? I think I'm going to keep the sniper here. But we are going to do everything in slow motion because everything looks better in slow motion. This is not Age of Empires. It is the 1000th sequel. Oh, that is so good. All right. That guy just got taken off the board. We just got a lease on life through that. Oh, did I do something dumb and start shotgunning them when they put their shield up? I'm an idiot. You might call this the Age of Empires of strategy games. Alright, so this guy's just going to absorb all of those shots with his shield. It's sort of... That's a really boneheaded thing for me to have done. But we'll just watch the disaster unfold and hopefully catch him on the follow-up. Yeah, you can speed it up a little bit. No leg damage, huh? Crumbs. All right. So they're definitely going to be coming after my. My lance there. So this guy's going to eject. This guy. Oh, he's also ejecting. Ha ha ha. You've never seen... Really? I thought you'd seen me play this before. Oh god, this game is so good. Yeah, so this is a turn-based tactics game. I'm pretty sure I'm going to wind up crashing into the Hermes again doing this. So I'm going to... Oh. No, that doesn't work. Okay, because nobody's coming after me, I'm going to move my melee unit right up the middle. I mean, I wouldn't rely on this for a lot of defense, but we're going to be able to just come in. We're either going to rip this guy apart. One of these two guys we're going to rip with the shotgun. Now, I think there's a couple of things I can do to mitigate. Oh no, it's a marksman rifle, so I actually want to take him up close. So here, basically, for those of you that are not familiar with this game, you play a team of 4 mechs. You are liberating your occupied homeland from the bad guys and the other mechs. And so what I'm basically going to be trying to do here, I'm down a mech right now, but this one is a particularly tanky We actually managed to just wipe out an entire force with this mech on a previous playthrough. We're probably not going to be able to do that because their legs are looking pretty ropey right now. But what I am going to do is just get them to... We've been able to take out this force, and this particular... this is the last one remaining out of that enemy force. So I'm moving my melee-oriented unit up. They've got a little bit of cover here. This thing has basically been bombed to oblivion, so... You know, I'm not expecting too much in the way of cover for it, but it should be able to get me where I need to go. More importantly, I'm going to be able to take my my behemoth. This is a mech that I made. I'm going to be able to get them in position to either to do some sniping. Now, there's a few options I have. One thing I could try and do would be to get on these rooftops and sort of shoot at the enemy that way. I could try and take this high ground here and start sniping them at the end. Actually, I think that's what I'm going to do. So I'll run up. If I run up through the side here... So the story behind this game is the story justification for one of the things you're going to be seeing in the game here is that you have an AI that allows you to have perfect knowledge of what your enemy is going to do 5 seconds into the future. So all these little red lines that you're seeing here are how the enemy is going to attack me. I'm relying on the fact that this is outside of the optimal range for the tank, so I'm just going to say, you know, come at me, bro, I've got regen. And so basically in this game, you'll set up your actions sort of 5 seconds in advance, and then this game is just beautifully animated and very well designed, so you get to watch the excitement happen. We're going to do this in full speed because I really want to see what happens with this marksman here. Alright, so all the bullets are bouncing off of my shield. His lower body's down. He's still standing, though. Alright, so he's going to put his shield up. I'm going to get one set of free shots on him, and I'm going to get a second. But I got to be really careful on the timing. Okay, so it's useless to me for this first bit here. His shield comes down at the 3.7 mark. He's also doing something really smart by walking away like this, because it's pulling my lance, which is a really effective unit, further and further away from the main engagement. But in any case, we will build ourselves up for the... Okay. So I'll walk into position first. And we'll show him what we're made of. All right. This guy just kind of laughed and shrugged off the attack that we just did to them. So I'm going to set myself up. So the thing I'm worried about from this guy right now is that he's got a fairly effective assault rifle that he's going to be bringing to bear on my sniper. So what I want to do here is I want to take that sniper. I'm going to move them back a little bit. And basically I'm just going to use the building as cover. But what it's also going to allow me to do is I'll hold back, and as that tank's still not really in range. But what's nice here is that my sniper is in a position of safety, and so they're still going to be able to do some damage to the enemy. One other no, that's not going to work. So the worry I have here is that there's another assault rifle, and this is trained at a perfect range on my melee unit. But this one has a much easier solution. I take the big sword that I have, we sort of step out a little bit, and we do the ninja thing. Oh, no. That's going to be some serious damage that the melee unit takes. Okay, there might be another way around this. So let's say we go around the side here. All right, that has some possibilities. So we hit them into the side. They hit the building for the majority, and I think I get a couple of hits to the back, but nothing I can't walk off. Sort of like an out of mech. Well, yeah, it's I mean, these are mechs that we're piloting, so yeah, it absolutely is a Mech Warrior style game for sure. Definitely, compared to the Harebrained Schemes BattleTech game, it is very much its own beast. But see, one thing I'm a little worried about here is that I smack this guy, he might go sailing off here. I gotta account for the physics. Okay, so I run like this. Oh, beautiful. Okay, so I dodge the bullet, quite literally, and I might be able to come in for seconds. No, I do not. But I do set myself up for another round on this guy. Okay, so let's see the order in which things are had. Okay, so things definitely start with the my melee unit. So let's lock in the slow-mo because it makes everything very dramatic. The adaptive music is really really doing its work here. All right, have a great one, Star Bright Knight. Thank you so much for stopping by. Get something more substantial in you. All right, so yeah, this guy goes flying, and we avoid all consequence. It's a thing of beauty. There's that tank we're going to be focusing on. It's a very remote chance that we actually take this thing out, but... Oh, he might be taking out the right arm. One hit point away. Unbelievable. We might already get this, but I am leaving nothing to chance with this guy, so... Okay, let's see what we're up against. So both of them seem to have a pretty significant grudge, and who can blame them, frankly? Okay, so we move in. Ooh, that's a full clip that he gets to unload on my guy. Okay, so let's reconsider that. Is this thing actually still good for cover? Holy smokes, it might actually be. Okay, so he's going to take 2 shots at me. So first thing I want to do, if I can... Wow! Oh, this guy is an absolute... This guy's such an MVP if we pull this off. What? Okay, so we take out the first guy who's coming after him while the shots are coming in. Immediately following that attack, we line up the next one. We knock this guy out. and I need to find... Basically, I just need to get anywhere but here. So I'm relying on the fact that both of these guys need to get knocked down, but I believe that's what my primary weapon does. Did my sniping do anything? Well, a little bit of it. It tickled the tank. Looks like it wants to go to safety, though. Okay, so I'm going to take advantage of the fact that my behemoth is not being touched by anyone right now. And it's a remote shot because, of course, my melee unit's going to be inconveniencing these folks. But again, anything we can do to put some damage on the bad guys. This, oh my god, this is going to be like... This is going to be so good if it happens. Okay, that right arm's down. Building crumbles. The attack didn't land. I'm fucked. Sorry, I'm screwed. Oh, none of this is gonna work. Oh, this is so bad. Yeah, that's all over the back. Too much concussive force. Yeah, so the thing that I didn't factor in was if it was on the ground, the melee attack wasn't going to work. Okay. 2 versus 3. Oh, this guy's ejecting though. Oh, because he's just about to get destroyed. Okay, 2v2. We can absolutely do this. I am going to have to be careful of my legs, though, so I'm taking absolutely no chances when it comes to any attacks coming in. The good news is that they are setting themselves up in a danger zone with regards to the behemoth. I don't normally like doing this bridging over attack sort of thing, but I don't really have a lot of options here. I've only got 2 units to work with now, so... Okay. So he's going to be... In this case, they're going after the behemoth. That is useful information to me, actually. So what I'm going to do is we're going to sneak around the corner. Actually, I'm going to be even sneakier than that. The real question to me is, at what point do I stop? So if I just move like this with the shotgun. So again, I'm locking myself into decisions much closer than I really want to be. Or sorry, later into the turn than I want to, but it's, you know, I gotta deal with the fact that I only have two mechs to play with now. And honestly, like, the threat from the other guy is, like, he's already got his shot on me, right? So in this case, I might as well just do the sniping at the tank. Okay, that's good. He's still active. Now this is a worry. The fact that because this guy's actually starting to get into his optimal range. But at this point, honestly, the only thing I can really do is, you know, stand and deliver. Like, we do need to engage the enemy here. So, I have a slight inconvenience in the sense that I'm probably wrapping up my shotgun attack. Yeah, so here's what I'm going to do. I'll set up the shield for the secondary one. I'm just going to... So I got to acknowledge the fact that I'm actually... Okay. I'm actually damaging the cover I'm going to be relying on doing this, but there's nothing I can do about it. I just gotta stand and, you know, hope that the effects aren't too catastrophic. And you know what? I'm just gonna stay put. Okay, and the rest of this I gotta make the most of the time, so... Actually, if I need to make the most of the time, maybe if I move a little closer... It's a very thin part of the wall I'm relying on. You know what, I just don't have the stomach. I can't bear to see that much risk. Again, it's just because my legs are exposed here. So this is the best shot that I'll get for sure. Any secondary opportunity, yeah, I'm not gonna cook myself for that. Okay, so again, we wait it out. And I think in this case here, I'll hide again. Okay, that thing went up, so that means we now have 2 units that we can focus on this guy's shenanigans. I'm going to get my sniper in position not to worry about where he currently is. I'm going to get him in position to... that's as good as I'm going to get. Oh no, actually, distance-wise, I bet if I move... Nope, that doesn't help me at all. So I'll get the best shot I can for when he finally shows up. Oh, he's looking worse for wear, though. Okay, so what I want to do here, there's a really specific thing that I want to try and accomplish. No, but it's not going to work. Okay. Well, maybe. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to make sure that I get the shots in on him before his shield goes up. It's possible that he may actually give up. Oh, God. Do I want to risk it? I'll move people. I won't attack, though. He may just be regenning. Yep, that's exactly what he did. All right, well. We gave him a chance to surrender. It cost me. Fortunately, I have confidence in my shield, so... So we'll wait it out. We move around back. And I want to do as many shots as I can because honestly, or no, hang on, there's another way I can do this. So we will wait it out. Try and get a little distance. Actually, you know what? I'm not even going to bother doing any more shots. I'm just going to get the maximum distance I can so that I can get some more snipes. Yeah. Oh god. Okay, I actually really like how difficult this is becoming. Both attempts on that camp were really were definitely very challenging missions in a really fun way. Now again, this is ideally going to be something that I don't turn into the final. Because again, I want to try and lock in my losses. However, I don't want to lock in something that will prevent me from being able to use like my weapons and my abilities. So I do apologize if I do have to wind up doing it. I'll write a quick report in the Discord. But yeah, I mean, this is definitely the first time that we lost our first pilot on this playthrough. Izagot is definitely very challenging based on this first camp, and part of it does seem to be the addition of the missiles. I think we are also back to a point where we are engaging enemies that have a higher level than us. Yeah, there's a lot of very tired soldiers right now. But yeah, this game is great. I was looking forward to the Arsenal update, and while it's a little different from what I was expecting, man, this game just keeps getting better and better. Oh, what's this? I seem to have unlocked something. Screen position out of frustrum. Entity does not have component exception. Oh. Sorry, I'm fascinated by these bug lists. What's this memory utilization maybe? Oh, I really screwed something up by pushing that. I should probably stop messing. I should probably stop messing around with this. Okay, anyways, guys, thank you so much for watching this. This was an absolute blast. I have enjoyed playing this game so much every time, and I'm actually really God, I'm just so stoked at how interested people are in this game as well. This is one of the best examples of a game that is very much up my alley, and it seems to be one that you guys are in favor of as well. Which again, it makes me very happy because I hope this game is selling well. I really think it deserves all the attention. But yeah, I gotta wrap it up. I am already. Oh Christ, I'm 2 hours over. Okay. I do want to let you know, so if you would like more Phantom Brigade, there is another streamer who's doing it, and they seem to be a decent enough person when I hosted them last. So Megalath seems to be doing some Phantom Brigade roughly around the time that I do it. I am, however, going to host Night Valiant tonight because he's just starting Yakuza 3, and I do want to make sure. He actually let me know that apparently he saw a report from Twitch in terms of like where his new viewers were coming from, and it does seem to be that like all of his new traffic and that is in fact coming from the stream. It's how he's helping to grow his broadcast, and I know that he tends to stream for quite a while after. So I'd love it if you guys would come and show him some support. Please do also check out Megalath, especially if you like this game. Even just give him a quick follow. I would normally be hosting him around now, except that I don't know how long he's been broadcasting, and I did sort of want to. I had my heart set on hosting Night Valiant tonight, regardless. I'm definitely going to be back next Monday at the latest for more Phantom Brigade. Elder Scrolls VOD tomorrow at 7 o'clock. Wednesday I'll probably do more Industries of Titan. We got Everspace 2 to look forward to, and of course we've beaten the Colosseum in Hollow Knight, so I'll be making plenty of progress there. Until next time, have a great night, and treat Night Valiant well.